I enjoy doing this. I like understanding the word now, the Bible a little bit with while being a man. It's just different now. I got something that I know that is appealing. That's is something that you as a Christian should not be wanting. If you don't understand that David, there's different men for different seasons, and there's always a time, right? David was not, he couldn't make the church, the temples for God. So, because he had so much blood on his hands, he was a man of war. It wasn't, God saying, I'm sorry I told you to do all those wrong, bad things that are bad for you, You know what I mean? I'm sorry I misled you. That's why you're going to be a failure, and you've let me down so bad that I'm not going to do it. Your son will, because he's going to be a man of peace. And he's not. And there's something to be said about, not talking about David as an important role model that is overlooked so bad that we got dumbass cucumbers praying, I don't know, you're not going to take my milk money this time. If I give you my money this time, I'm worried I'm going to have to do that a lot, Larry. It's nonsense, bullshit. Nobody is literally going to, don't forget the importance of being like a man. I talked about Elijah, man. That's who I like, and that's who I feel like I might be like. I mean, I know I'm not. I kind of am, because I'm powerful. I have God. Nothing can mess with me. And he can sit out there. I don't give a damn. I can fight you either way, and you're not going to disrespect me. You're not going to be comfortable enough, like the world is, at pushing my God around and making fun of things that are serious and not to be, looked around like it's anything other than you're getting pushed around and bitched down as a man, and you're not right. You're not turning the other cheek. You're not doing anything but overlooking that you got tricked. The whole church did, by the God of mischief and all lies, that knows the Bible better than every single man out there, better than you, maybe better than God, and he knows the end, and he's still figuring it out. And you know why? Because he's winning and he's good at it, man. I get it. I ain't worried about what happens to me afterwards. When I'm dying, I ain't worried about, I'm gonna be like, oh my God, I'm gonna go, like, man, I'm so scared. This is the end, because I've almost died 1,000,000 times. I promise you, it is a bad feeling when you don't even care, and you're fighting for it, and you're just like, I just want another day, and you're not scared by it, because you're actually a man. I don't make decisions based on that, because if I did, it would be irrational, and it would be a serious decision that was failed, and God's disappointed that you don't see that you're wrong, and you need to stop it. Everybody does. If you don't see, when you're on a TV show and they always say the same stupid shit that nobody is going to be compelled to listen to, because it's misled information. It's misleading, and it is wrong, and it's damaging, and it needs to be stopped immediately. I encourage you to take this decision right now and say this prayer. God's coming right now, while they rob you royally blind in front of your eyes for the world to see. You got Joel Osteen. You got all these pieces of shit, these weak little bitches, that you're not respectful enough to know that if I had the faith that I'm gonna actually have, you know, the body protect the fact that I'm not gonna go to jail, I would burn it to the ground for the world to see and know that you do not do it. And it's not gonna happen. Don't answer a fool in his own folly, lest he's right. Answer a fool. Don't answer a fool in his folly. Lest he's right. Don't answer a fool in his folly, unless he's right in his head. It's not contradictory to understand that it's a huge miss on everybody. I'm getting confused now. That it's something to be said about being wanting, you know, better, being the alpha, being understanding how important that's overlooked. That if he's right in his own head, dumbasses listen to each other and they, I can't have this. I gotta stop him now. And you don't do it, then you don't do it in a way that's not making you a condescending cock. You do it in a way that's delivered with the understanding of how things work. And you're not seeing it. Nobody is actually taking anything in the direction that's effective, that's giving anybody hope. And it's not giving anybody any hope that there's going to be, you know, a Jesus to your great granddaughter on prom night when she's passed around by the football team. And you don't understand that, you know, maybe right this second you should say, what the hell? Stop! And start fighting. Start doing it. I'm rubbing the truth into your face. And I'm going to have a cigarette. I'm going to have beer tonight. Mike's hard, like I do every night. Honestly, I don't know when I'm going to stop in the near future. You know why I'm blatantly saying that? Because God is not, you know, held down by my downfalls and my, you know, everybody falls short in the glory of him. It's just inevitable. I know his heart and his love is going to take it from me in a direct. I'm going to go in a direction that is going to, you know, I don't know, make progress from where I was. At least. And I'm going to at least go from drinking like I was a half gallon of whiskey every day with two of them. Or, you know, I'm not going to pretend that it's an important thing I'm trying to tell you by being open about my downfalls and not making them excuses to not try. It's not what it is. I'm just honestly, I'm showing you what it's like to be broken. I'm showing you what it's like to be wrong and overlooked. You see, I have a different opportunity than you would ever have. And I'm not telling a kid to do anything. I'm saying maybe it wouldn't hurt him if he went to the strip club, learned a little bit. If you don't see that, it's important to note how David was, you know. He was, oh my God, man. Elvis Presley wasn't shit compared to him when he came back after his battles. Oh my God, there he is. And you know what? He had one particular woman that was special to him, and it was Bathsheba, you know, his freak. She was drunk, she was being a dumb bitch. Oh, you look like a bitch. You look like a bitch in front of everybody. You're a king. When he was actually hoping and showing his his sensitive side to God. And, and he wrote all the Psalms that they get overlooked when you don't see him, He said, shut the hell up, bitch. Like, you're not seeing the points of the word. You're overlooking them. You're like, oh, he might have been a small little. He wasn't small though. If you actually read the book, he fit the armor that, and his brother was big. He obviously was big. If he wasn't at the time, he definitely became a big man. And it's important to note that he was not a little weak little bitch. It's nothing wrong with saying that. It's nothing wrong with addressing that. Because quite frankly, if you don't address that, you're going to have this, what's going on now. You're going to have all of these weaklings that are if it's not church in the school that is ruined our nation. You're pieces of shit then, and you're pieces of shit now. All you were doing back then is showing everybody how to use God to trick people into thinking things. You're a good person. It's not good to actually overlook it. It's not that. It's the fact they don't, maybe we don't actually address those books and all the blatant, obvious things that we're running away from, and sex that is extremely important. Otherwise they wouldn't have kept, Song of Solomon in the Bible, and it's so pornographic, and I've seen some dirty stuff, man. I like it. But what I'm saying is, it's not something that I can even deny reading it. It's like, man, he's a freak. Because otherwise you've got all these men that are powerful and have all these things to offer that can be used and bargained with, and you're not overlooking that. What did we do? We got, why did I marry this guy that can't even, he asked me if I finished. I promise you, it's a lot better when you ain't got to ask them if they, it's a lot better. And your wife, how dare you not see she's going to ape shit? Because you ain't done nothing for her. And she's controlling shit. Look at bitches out here now, man. They're crazy. Look at my bitch, man. She's so hungry. She's so needs it so bad. She's made me look stupid, really bad. But I promise you, there's a lesson I'm being led into answering, to showing you a little. I know the difference is blatantly in front of everybody, and I've got the whole hometown behind the scenes, like, invested in it. And what really was, I was like, how can he not want me back, God, And I was like, oh, she's gonna give in. She's obviously give in. She's stupid. She's crazy, and she just didn't. She respected herself, but nobody realizes that's the type of woman that gets this guy. You want that type of man like me that'll do that, because I promise you, no woman, because I know because they're trying to get me to go away from trying to be loyal to her by telling me how great she is in her story, because people see her now, people respect her now. No one doubts her now. I promise her that, and she doesn't know. She's a standout. She's the woman. She wasn't that woman. She was, I never in a million years was happy, or I never even liked anything about her. She was a stupid bitch. She really was, man. She would constantly watch Paris Hilton, man. That was her idol, and she was always like, the simple life, that's hot. But it ain't far from it, because her interest in life was going tanning and getting her nails done. But oh my God, in the bedroom, I never wanted her to know. So it suppressed me. But there's an importance that people can't overlook that. She, all right, out of all the women, and I promise you, it's a difference. Back then, when she left, it's a different me. Because I'd be, well, you're a nice guy, Joe, but you're not my type. Having to go on second dates and actually, it's a lot different when you are getting looks immediately that would, you don't have to even try. I promise you, and I'm blatantly honest. Because I didn't think I was important to her, and I'm not important to her. But in December, I think she was reminded when she was crying about it. That when I met that sweet, sexy Mexican girl that I took behind the Waffle House after meeting her at 2 a.m. After just meeting her. It's a lot different being that man and the man she's actually getting to chase her. You're not looking at the ability to actually see. I'm not average. I'm not a regular Joe. I am whether women would admit it or not, now they can't run from it, that I got something that they all were, you're this, you said everything else, but you're not, but really it was the fact that they needed something that would tell them that I would ever be sensitive, ever be open enough to actually be a loving and affectionate person. Because I promise you, there's a lot different feeling in the other end of her getting nonstop, harassment and whatever she does too much and shit. She's getting of me as a slave for the world to see, and everybody knows that she's important and loved, and she's got me. So nobody else can get me. And I'm honestly loyal to it. Because I promise you, she's not going to confuse me into thinking I'm not that. But look at what I've tried. I mean, I promise you, if another girl turns me down, I'd just come back. If I did anything, I'd be like, okay, I promise you, I'd keep trying. But nobody else can even get to the fact that they can't even ask a girl out because they can't be pushed into the fact that they can actually be something the girl's gonna want. Because she's not paying attention. She's not noticing you because you're accepting that you're okay with being weak, and it's not okay, and you shouldn't be involved in any church or religion or group that is led by blatantly physically weak men, because it is a dangerous thing. It is a dangerous thing when you don't know that when you are a physically weak male, and you can't fight a man in hand-to-hand combat, or like I was an MMA cage fighter after she never got to experience it. There's, I got highlights, but my son is Zeke Smith. He's the greatest of all time, and I promise you, you won't regret seeing Zeke MMA champ number 3 on Instagram. We're locked out of it, but look at those videos. He's exceptional in boxing. I trained him. What I'm saying is, it's a difference when you're dangerous and you're a bad motherfucker. So when a woman's crossing your shit and she needs to be put in her place, you're gonna just rough her up a little bit. You're not gonna blatantly throw punches that I have in 5 fights. Out of 5 of the MMA, I've been punched 1 time and shut the conscience off of a man that was trained and dangerous. I'm not going to be able to see her as anything physically other than weak and pathetic, you know. I'm not going to fuck her up. She deserves it. And I have hit women, and I promise you, those bitches deserved it, and I don't have a problem saying it. It's been done since the cave times. I am not afraid to show you how I am able to address your blatant, you know, dumb. You're dumb on purpose. In other words, you're willfully ignorant. Scoffers will come, mocking the truth. They will say, where is your Jesus that has come to pass? It's the same thing that's been going on since the beginning of the creation, where the world was transformed in and out of water. And what did Peter say in that? The world was destroyed and wiped out of existence. And that was his number one dude, man. I think he might know what Jesus wanted him to talk about. You know, it was a little bit more blatantly misled, and you're willfully ignorant, as in dumb on purpose, and you know you're dumb, and you don't address it because you're stupid and you're dumbass. I know, man. Don't it fucking suck that I'm actually everything I said I am? The public, I promise you, it is not something wrong with being the alpha, and it is not something wrong with being, you know, being like what? Like Elijah. Maybe you guys sleeping before he slit the throats. So savage. I get aroused really when I talk about that story. And I'm sorry if you don't if you don't like it. When I say those things. Great baby. I'm sorry that you are a failure and you've got men in your church that are just plain. My wife is oblivious to the fact that she's ruined it now that she made me come back to Jesus. Because, oh my God, because I'm married. She doesn't comprehend that I know that, and she don't even know that. Like, we have to have a ceremonial witness letter of divorce to get out of that arrangement. She doesn't. We never had it, and I'm like, now I have to. I ran from it. It was fine because we didn't legally, so I was fine not telling the shit about it. I didn't want to tell nobody about me being married. I was going to not, but now I can't run away from it. Now I got to tell her in a way that's like, now I know she's going to listen, but I didn't want to do it like that. She should have took me back. She's a dumb bitch. But I'm saying, I go off left field. I'm saying I'm keeping you on playing with my showing you of, while being aware that I am very, you know, I know it's going bad. It's going to be bad, you know, whenever I talk about Jesus stuff, because I'm going to mislead you into directions it probably shouldn't be led in, and you shouldn't be talked about. You know, what in the hell am I even doing, God? Sometimes. But what I'm saying is, I'm addressing myself, and I'm telling you, I'm going to be persuading you in a way that has to be right, because I'm right and I'm never wrong, because I'm awesome, and I'm not to be taken as you, someone, not to even be taken seriously about. I'm sorry that I'm just so smart. I've got everybody by the balls on this thing, you know, because I'm pretty sure God is not mad at me right now. And the fact that I ran from from God for the opposite reason of what I was doing, trying to get, you know, the world is, everyone in the town to notice me, in the world. Because I tell you, I knew I could easily manipulate, because I am a manipulator, and I am a psychopath. But I got something in me that just is not okay with. I was that person that, you know, when I was an atheist, I was that person that was I was the only one that understood that why in the hell. That's one thing I never could comprehend, and I ran away from the honest truths that I couldn't blatantly deny. And I knew, like, the earth being a sphere, knowing it that long ago, and, you know, the things that knew, like, when I come back, some will be in the field, some will be sleeping. Well, that's how round world works. And, you know, when the earth hanging on nothing and the axis, you know, like you potter, and you're like, oh wait, there might be something to that book, man. But no one's even talking about those verses. So there's something to be said about maybe me not being noticed and important, and knowing I was important and, you know, cool. Man, I know damn well, man, you like it. Me. I know you get hooked on me. I know you get drawn in by me. I know that because of the viewer retaining I get. That's why I'm monetized and making money now. I made $87 yesterday, baby. I'm going to be successful in here. But my point is, you could easily see the argument I'm trying to make, that I could go in a different direction if I really wanted to brainwash anybody or capitalize on it by saying I was running from Jesus for so long, and making some stupid ass music in the background and talking about my things that are just blatantly not true, and not something that, you know what I mean. It's not like I'm not like that, man. I'm not gonna mislead you into anything about something that I know is right, and something sacred. Because I can tell you, I can't even talk about it. I let a lot of kids down, and it brings me it brings me so much joy to know that something that when you people are listening, and, you know, and especially on Instagram, you got that there's people that were needing to hear a lot of this, and it brings me great joy to know that you agree and you like it. And I promise, don't take anything about me serious as something you should want to be like. Don't get confused and start smoking cigarettes and start cussing and start being offensive, and you're just gonna get your ass beat. Not me. There's a difference when I can say it because I can beat the shit out of them, and you know, don't. And you could make some really bad damage to the church by just going out and saying, Jesus loves you, motherfucker, and not doing it in a proper way, and being effective at actually being open about showing your brokenness. I am just that broken, man, that I have no other way, but I can't hide it. And I don't want to mislead, and I don't want to deny that I've had relapses recently. And I've had I've stumbled upon something that's very serious, and I've had death threats now by mental health. Guys, I didn't want to. I'm trying not to say it out loud because that's something that's gonna piss them off even more. But seriously, man, and nobody's even listening to me tell about it. Like, what makes you think I would be that uncredible? It wouldn't be the nothing I'm saying when I tell you test the spirit and stop what you're doing now and or Google. Please do and look for yourself. Test the spirit when it says it's coming from God, so you know that it's right and it is from God. And when you do that, physically, you're going to learn what I'm trying to tell everybody right now. And God is telling you right now to do it. Stop. And don't just do that one time, all the time. Everything I say. And I promise you, if it is in tune with the, then it is not going to contradict His Word. Because God doesn't contradict His Word. And I know what it's like, man. I know what it's like to not address things and it burn you up. I love Christian metal, but I don't listen to scream music anymore like often. I can't handle it. But man, I had to have the most aggressive. Obviously, you know, I was overlooking that I was having to listen only Christian music, and I had to be Christian, and it had to be, you know, Christian, and they had to say they were Christian. I had to only, and be. It was cool though. At the same time, to show you that it was cool to have a music that was hardcore, man, harder. It's harder and more hardcore than the non-Christian or satanic bands. That should tell you something that when we get a chance to hit them where it hurts and we address it and we come to the fight and we say, I'm not locked in this world with you. You're trapped in this motherfucker with me, and we show that they can't fight us. We're so powerful. But it was something to be addressed that, man, I was obviously suppressed in me and being a man. It was showing him in that. But that's the world I was in. That was the world I was conflicted in what I understood and believed. And then I had one good pastor that showed me how God's love is, man. I hope that Jonathan ever sees it. I want him to know I appreciate everything he's done for me. And I've also had a man that's so weak, but that acute male that showed me everything you need to know about what is wrong. And misled my wife, said we ain't even really married. And I'm like, I know the Bible, we were. And I'm not trying to convince her and trick her into anything. She's gonna think that, but I'm saying we were, and it's sacred. And it was honestly because I was getting robbed from not wanting my disability anyway to be connected. Anyway, so so and I'll tell you how I when I was atheist and I started being bad and just you know he never said anything about God. Turns out he was a man that was like fucking a degenerate piece of shit con boy, a little bitch boy, weakling, and he was running his wife. He got a divorce around the same time, and then he And then it turned out to be actually, one of them left-wing pussies that are talking about, how dare you talk about minorities like that? Like he gives a shit about black pain and knows it and will ever understand it. And black people need him to fight his wars. And he's talking about, shit that's blatantly, he should, as a pastor at any time, know that he's, not supposed to be constantly talking about gay shit and being, talking about. Anyway, he was always when I learned now coming back, I'm learning as I'm talking out loud. He was always pissing me off, and I felt bad for him because I didn't want to, because I always ran away from the people in the church that actually gave me Jesus and hope and love. And I promise you, all I have to do is go to them and call them, and they are very rich and very wealthy, and they would help me and give me at least something, a job that would be good. And I never used them, and I never wanted to ever face them face to face, and I never had an opportunity to actually make it up to them, and I let a lot of people down. And I hope that they can see what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, and understand why I'm a little sorry, I'm a little bit, oh, what am I saying? But at the same time, you recognize me as a completely new person. It's almost doesn't even, you think it's pushed on and fake. You would never. And I promise I'm not forgetting them. But this man was supposed to. You're supposed to recognize people like that are definitely a major problem. Because I had a marriage, and I had him come. What he was supposed to do. Like I would have done. It's bro code. He was supposed to say, yes, you were married, you need to take it serious. I don't know, y'all take a break. Y'all just need to be away from each other. Don't be a slut right now. Just make this bitch work it for his opportunity. Because I promise you, it's wrong. You're gonna go to hell if you leave. Something like that. Don't leave him. You go to hell. You don't want hell, dude. But he didn't do that. He made the opportunity for me to actually know that there's a lesson God's showing you. Don't underestimate the damage a weak physically man will do to something. I was lacking in the man department, not the bedroom when it started. And I am exceptional. I am. Sucks to be you, and I'm sorry you're threatened by that, and it pisses you off because you don't want to come to terms with it being, something that threatens your manhood, and you can't address it like I can. See, I can see it differently. If you got a 9-inch one, mine's 8. It's not far from it. If you do, alright, man, cool. You got a 9 one. Alright? You got a 9. You're with Jennifer. Alright, I bet you got her started. You ain't do it like I can. It's different. See, a lot of them have crawled on her, but they ain't done nothing like me. They ain't me. And there's a difference if you can't address that is what you are threatened by and thrown off by. Whenever I talk about anything, I've got my hometown not helping me, reaching out, not helping, not like giving me anything that I should actually have, that I need, you know, like something to help me with, like a opportunity, you know, give me, you know, offer me job, you know, or the opportunity to make career and say, okay, I'm going to help this guy, because I promise you, Thomas, who I helped lose 100 over, I don't know, I've lost count at this point. He's a macho man now. He knows what I'm talking about. It feels good. He told me advice that I listened to. But the whole hometown is not doing anything like that. And how dare you say you're God's people and ever let me down like that? How dare you not want to accept your punishment, which is I'm going to make you, remind you. See, I already have no doubt now that I got it going. I'm good. I got something going for me, and I'm pissing off people for wrong reasons other than anything that I could even notice that was any of the concerns that everybody was saying about me. And really, it was that they were just fucking holding me down, man, because they didn't want to see nobody go where they are. And they really hate Jennifer. They hate her guts, man, because that's the type of woman that gets a man like me. It makes a man like me, after 12 years and hating your guts, come running to you. Which she's I'm not, when I'm very proud, and I'd like to show, I always talk about her because I do love her so much, and I'm very proud of her, especially showing everybody who really knows what, and especially in her knowledge of the Bible, that everybody overlooks. And it's because she's proven everybody of my point I've been saying in all this. You're not paying attention to the actual word meaning and context and the surrounding words and verses, paragraph, the history, the author, and the year and date and time, and being aware of the time period and what was around them, maybe even reading in on those religions to understand what the body as a temple is. Otherwise, you wouldn't be misled into thinking it has anything to do with cigarettes, getting, you know, a body like this, or, you know, anything to do with health. Like, yeah, you'd be healthy, of course. There's a lot in there about health, and it's accurate, but it says, flee from sexual immorality, for don't you know the body is the temple. One sentence before that is very important for you to see how overlooking, very extremely important, you know, context to something that you're not open to even admitting is right. When I talk about how right I am. And I'm going to preach it until I'm dead. I knew nothing about what in the hell I was doing. But I knew I was unapologetically not giving a fuck. And I was doing it gracefully, mind you. I was doing it while while doing things that are just not able to be like, I'm looking kind of cool at being the stalker and just, no, I'm looking kind of wild, crazy, but really fucking crazy, but I'm kind of, I'm winning. The women's responses are crazy of how they talk about her in the stories and react to it. They don't do it in public, you know, but I always knew women were like that because I always got, they never admit, because men, you know, blackball me. And because they don't like me because I threaten them. But the women, they're not hiding it. And women really now see Jennifer and why Jennifer is, and because they knew she was. They ain't fucking stupid. They know exactly what everybody else knows, that she is the worst possibility for you as a girl. And you sure don't stand a chance with anybody not leaving you for her and wanting her. And you want her to keep being tricked into not knowing that. And she thinks that. But they're seeing her now. And it took, I'm taking an opportunity that even if she doesn't take me back ever again, and she might not, being with some other idiot, she might go back to the dweeb probably. But she's, I got to give her that. Because I do feel that, and I know that. And I just know it's right. And I know in my heart what is the right thing to do. And I'm going to. Because I let her down bad. I let her down. And it wasn't God that was missing in me. Weak. It wasn't that, no. Because I felt him. It was, me. I was messed up. And I'm happy that I'm happy that no matter what, I'm happy. I'm a happy person that I love her. I really am. So it is what it is. But I'm okay with not running away from my brokenness and my open, you know, there's no reason I should worry about the stuff I say being something I shouldn't say, and it's gonna come back to bite me up in the ass, and it's gonna, you know, be something I'm worried about running from. It have to be a fake person and not admit if I do blow up on this thing with y'all helping me as God's people, and y'all say it, y'all share it and subscribe as many as you can and share it with minimum 20 times on all your platforms. You need to do it because God is making you do it, and you're going to feel guilty for doing the wrong thing. Because you're a Christian, you help people. But where was I? But the point is, I'm not worried about that because I said and did so much that only thing that could come out of, you know, anything I say that's going to be stupid or I'm going to do stupid shit, is something that obviously nobody gives a shit about, right? That does, you know. But I'm using it as my example. I'm a walking image. Walking image is not something you have to fake. Walking image is somebody that stands out, that's reckless. Somebody that comes in, gives you problems. You know, the kind that if your death threats or the kind that, you know, it's like, I don't think we want this kind of message around here. Not in our church. Well, let me tell you, Jesus is pissed. He's not happy with anybody that wants to dare come against him with me. I'm not in a position that I'm going to say I'm a pastor or anything. This is just Bible lessons and hope. I hope you help people out there get hope in something. I hope you can feel I hope you are understanding God now. You didn't ever think you would. Because I'm actually not somebody you don't like. You don't like what you're hearing. And you got it. And I know. And that's my point. I'm not telling you that, you know, your choice with Jesus as your Savior and personal Savior. I'm saying you need to educate yourself on maybe listen in some of it. Maybe the next time, stop, Spade. Maybe the next time you stop, Spade. Your, wife is pulling out of the house and you're about to spank it to some BBC, maybe you drag her in the bedroom and make her be your she won't regret it. And then you'll see what I just tried to show you. You don't know why you're doing this. Stop, Spade! You're not making the decision on Jesus based off of not being explained Jesus. By showing you Jesus. And that's different than me telling you about Jesus. And telling you about Jesus. Because if I tell you it's wrong to watch pornography, you don't understand why. Because it's just because you got an opportunity to make something good out of what he's showing you. That you're missing out on as church. You have to be able to understand you don't know shit, and you don't know how great I am. You don't understand how to even tell somebody something's wrong, then you don't understand why he told you it's wrong. It's not a rule. You're not going to effectively be able to stop doing it unless you address it as, why am I doing it? Not, I am doing it and I gotta stop and it's wrong and it's bad for me. Yeah, but it's so hard to really be able to stop because I take Adderall. That's a good example. I'll show you. I take Adderall. It's a miracle drug for me. And I'm not going to be afraid of saying that to any man. And yes, I have drug problems. Stop, Spade. And I'm not running away from that. I'm not saying because I realized what I'm saying. Even with that problem, I learned something to be learned that I'm trying to show you. When I was off it in jail and before they put me back on it, and I was without it. Oh my God! When I finally got back on it, it made me question. Do I take it all now, baby? And why not one more? What was it just today? And then no, I did that one time, but I learned there is much more, and it is easier, and it's so rewarding when I just understand it. I don't want to go a day without it. It's much better to take it one time, and it isn't hard to get on a program when I'm moderately, effectively being real. And it's something I'm not watering down. It's not something I'm hiding or trying to make an excuse for. I'm saying that's my example. I know I'm right. And I could not have done that if I would have been without them. I promise you. And that's why the doctors give me it. When they're like, all right, but you ain't, and the minute you do, and if you don't, and you know why? That's an opportunity now to see I'm not overshadowing anything and not misleading. Because they say, is it enough? And they adjust, they give me more. Because they know I've been. And they know. They're and I'm just real with them, and I'm not trying, and I'm being upfront. And then they are able to treat me, and they're also able to understand how to effectively help me. But you can't do that if you don't see every little thing, I use that as an opportunity to effectively see. I could make an example out of anything. And I'm misleading you. And I'm purposely showing that I am an arrogant motherfucker. And I'm always right. And I have to always persuade you into maybe even unacceptable behavior is not acceptable. But I'm showing you I'm open enough to admit it. But at the same time, if it makes sense and you can test the spirit and you can actually, look it up right now and see if it even says that. And then you'll know maybe it's from God that I'm telling you. The things that I'm telling you, if that makes sense. It's crazy, I know. But if it makes sense and God is telling you, it's coming similar, from also being a little bit, open. You've all fallen short of the glory of God. Never, ever forget that. And you do not know how great He is. And you do not know how powerful He is. And you aren't going to ever really respect Him and honor Him and give Him a living sacrifice until you can say, I promise you, He's pissed and he's gonna be my vengeance, baby. And I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray that I know it's gonna happen. You see, I'm praying for you because I'm standing on His word. And when you mess with me, you're messing with his eyeball. And he is pissed what you done to me, my wife and son and kids. And he is not going to take it lightly. So I'm telling you now, if you are enjoying these videos, share them. Please get the word out. And I promise I'm going to let you down. I promise I'm going to do stupid shit. I promise it's going to be funny, entertaining, and relatable. I promise you will not regret it. And I promise if God is telling you anything right now, He's telling you don't make any decision on Him until you see Him and understand a little of Him. The beginning of all knowledge is fear of the Lord. What is fear of the Lord? I mean, quite frankly, there's a lot of different ways of viewing it, but you need to respect Him, man. He don't play, man, and He is so pissed that, I mean, I have to blatantly say, if you don't respect it, the Old Testament is misleading, wrong. It should be immediately stopped, and as we, as a Christian nation, doesn't stop and get this word out that you change it immediately. Everybody starts saying, stop saying Old Testament, burn the Bibles and put First Testament, Second Testament now, so we stop this misleading shit that has destroyed His church and word right in front of every church in the world. Burn them and make new ones. But I guess we'll just show everybody how Jesus is not going to be something that you should respect, because you look how you treat Him and His people. So he's not, he ain't nobody that I should look forward to actually, having anything to do with. Seems like this dude's got some fucking bad things going on with him. I do not want to have anything to do with that. He's a joke. I promise, I don't doubt it's getting better. And I promise it's not something I'm hiding, that I'm feeling so I'm feeling so alive, and I just can it's in me and I can't get it out. I was trying this all over the place, but when I found love again, I saw her, and I saw her for really who she is. I fell in love, and it got me in check, and I lost everything trying to get to her. But I had to find where. But I knew it was something leading me that was not. I know it was not. It was not just because I was not getting. I'm never gonna something I can't have, because it's not something I'm hiding, that I know, that I know it's going to get her back, but I don't like that. I'm having to make her feel compelled to do that, because if she does feel anything that God has been telling her, it is He's been listening. But I don't want to brainwash her into that, but I promise you that love, in tune with my understanding of being actually afraid of not having it, and not, I'm afraid that I'm not I don't even know what I'm even I'm afraid that the people that I pissed off really are gonna probably murder me, but and I think it might be a murder, but I've had death threats, but I'm saying, oh my God, I'm I'm so fearful, you know. Example I just made. I don't understand it. I don't understand fear. How do I fear the Lord and then understand it? Then I just thought and I pieced it together. How do I understand it? I can't understand knowledge if I don't have fear of the Lord. And that is the beginning of all knowledge. How can I get knowledge? Because, quite frankly, a fool is not going to be hard to spot out when you're, you know what I mean, when you know your shit. You don't recognize fakeness in it. I'm using Jennifer as an example. I thought she was a simpleton. She's a stupid bitch. But she never talked and told me who she was, and she never showed me what she is made of. And when she didn't, I didn't understand her. You know, I didn't recognize that. Oh, she doesn't know herself. Is kind of being explained by she doesn't know. I need to tell her how she is. She doesn't have the words that I do. She can't communicate out verbally what she's trying to articulate and say. But she's so smart that she showed me how smart she is without being able to say the words she needed to say. And she's not, you know, I tell you, her IQ, I promise you, is probably about, I'd be surprised, but it ain't 100. It ain't up to genius. And her education was really only 1 year of high school. So she was in a house that was ridiculous, man. They was white trash pieces of shit. She had lights every night. But they were. And she didn't have love or hope. She was told, like, you would be smart, and, like, what kind of piece of shit would tell their kids, we just wanted to have some welfare money. So we had a bunch of kids, and y'all fucked it up. Like, how the fuck can you say that? But they said it all the time. It was fucked up. So she didn't have to go to school. She didn't go to school. And she's flat chested. So she didn't have her, you know, and she didn't, because she doesn't know that I'm actually pretty smart, and I'm telling her things, and she don't pay me any mind when I tell her that flat-chested, big hip bitches with your build are most guys. But she's not understanding herself, and I'm able to explain it. And now you're starting to relate to getting everything I'm trying to say and everything I've been saying. It's not something you can easily trick. You can't like make up that you're not a fool. You know what I mean? You can't make up the truth. The truth is, boom, it hits you right in your face, and it's easy to understand and digest at the same time. It is not something you have to remember how it happened. You know what I mean? It's not something that you have to say a lie about and keep track of and run up on and run into yourself on the lies you said, and then you get exposed, and you obviously get shown how you're a fool by, be real and honest people that are smart are able to see past your bullshit real quick, you know what I mean? They can see it. You can't. You can't see it. But everyone else can. You see what I mean? You can't fake being relatable. You can't fake understanding. You can't fake truth. You can't fake when someone's being truthful, and you can't fake when you actually do start to understand, because he's telling you things that are truthful, relatable, and honest while being smart. See what I mean? But he's also being aware that you might be like her. You're not stupid at all. You're actually really smart. You just don't say the right things, and people don't understand you. Makes sense? So I knew that if I just started going with something, the Spirit would lead me in the right directions. I'm gonna take a break. I'm probably gonna do these videos pretty much non-stop. They're actually kind of fun. I'm getting tired though doing them. I am getting burned out. But it's important that you know, I'm telling you right now, that Jesus is going to be mad at you, and he will not forget that you let me not get heard, because it's important. It's important that you know I'm not trying to trick anyone into doing it, because I don't quite frankly want to. I don't want to get calls from them dumbass. Can you talk at our church? I'm not ever probably going into a church, real, but it's something that I have to have happen. I've been stonewalled, and I've been misled by the bad guys, and led by Satan, and I see why he did what he's done to me and my family. He kept us, from getting out back. He knew from the start we gotta fucking get this shit done before he becomes, who he does, who he can become. You know what I mean? Like, it was different than when God does it. Like when Paul was coming, he was so powerful, he just wiped his sight, man. Chill out. And, when Satan does it, it's irreversible. I mean, it's reversible, and it's showing, you're able to see when you have things like that, and you're able to see, okay, it wasn't God that let it happen to me. And it's not God that tried to make a lesson. He didn't do it, or maybe even intended that at all to be the case. It was that Satan's reach on earth is so big. Look at what he was able to do for so long to me. And he was right. The way you get to me is through her. And boom, ripped it apart. Then boom, I'm having to run from him, and he didn't worry about me. He did it easily when I didn't have nobody to have my back. There you go. He easily did it when he deceived. He deceived me so much that I was like, But at the same time, I stayed true to, I had to want to do it for Jesus because I love it, not because I have to do it, and I'm never going to do it and I felt like a failure. And I said, how can I even be? Because I can promise you I will not be happy that I'm having to have a responsibility of doing something that could be damaging to God. It's not fun to know that I'm broken in a way that could do some serious harm to anyone that is impressionable and vulnerable and gullible, and I don't want that to happen, because it's going to possibly happen if it isn't made to the, if it isn't reached out and spread like it should be, it's not going to be good for what's going to come out of it not being spread. And I don't want anyone to ever be compelled to think I'm brainwashing or pushing it on. Like, if you find yourself and you've been following along and tuning in and you're like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just being the same person. A little bit backed off when I talk about it, but also I hope I can agree you respect it, and maybe even more because you see, you see it, what you've been known, because my hometown never liked or subscribed or shared or acted like I was anything to be respected, while weaklings are stealing my bitch and brainwashing her and all around me trying to bitch me down in the police, and all while it's just because I'm in a position you can't fucking do nothing about, because I can't be credible enough for you to be threatened that I'm gonna get back up for. Nobody is gonna ever have a chance at hurting you with what you did to me, right? Nobody is ever gonna send death threats to me and nobody take it actually credible enough to even be alarmed that I'm in a dangerous situation, and I can't even call my the police officers that obviously are connected to the county. But I'm using that for something to show you, man. If God is showing anything out of this, he's saying, then get him help, because you're supposed to. It's your job as a Christian, and it's your job that he is pissed at what you allow. My wife is going to get her kids back, and I'm going to do it because I want to have my self-respecting in her eyes. And I promise I'm not going to fail. But if God's people don't help me and her and get us some audience and get this out, we are not going to be in a good position. And I've been in a bad position right now. I've said a lot of stuff because I had to. I have to make sure. It's going to be suspicious if anything does happen. I put a lot on the table, but that's the only way I know that God led me to be about it. Anyway, I'm a minute and 20 minutes in. I'm tired. I just woke up and started doing it again. I'm happy that I'm not having to use a drug to do this. You know, it's kind of cool. I'm not manic and I'm not crazy. I'm happy that I'm being able to show you how it's just been inside me for a while, and I've just been held down and let down, and I had no hope, and I just felt miserable. And I know you will never ever understand what it feels like to know you are better than you get, and you just gotta run and run, and you're just gonna keep getting pulled down and pulled down and pulled down, and nobody ever gets a fighting chance. I've got one, and I've got an opportunity here to not just profit off of my own success out of it, her success, but I'm going to make a difference, I promise. I will change the tide, and I'm going to show you how powerful I am, because I am powerful, because I know he's going to do it. He's going to let me do it that I only can do, because I'm special, and I am important, and I am a bad motherfucker, and I love it. How else can you explain? They've been saying you're doing things that are manic, you know, like nonstop, constantly, obsessive talking, unless you show it for what it's worth. And when I was redirecting everything I was doing that was trying to get her back, I was showing the picture that you can see God's leading you to. I knew there was something I was doing, but I didn't know what I was doing. I just lost control because of her. She drove me crazy. She knows what I'm talking about. When I saw her at when I saw her at the courthouse, and I felt her, and I felt her love, and I felt bad, and I said, I know I'm supposed to love her now. I'm supposed to help her, and I know her, and I know who she is now, and I know that she is right, and I know I would not live with myself if I don't try everything in my power. So I'd lost control when I was trying to help her. I saw her and every time I cross her boundary, she'll remind me that she's serious about what she's saying, when she's telling y'all these things. She does not. No means no, and it's not going to be something you're going to work for or nothing. I'm not. I respect myself. You are not. You're not something I can respect that is going to be even respected or believe you when I tell you I respect you, because I don't. And when I saw her at the gym, I was trying to help her. I was like, man, you need to take me. And she thinks I'm telling her, you gotta do things. But she did want me to do it for myself. But I tried to tell her, I'm in a fucked up situation that I cannot ever get out of unless you take me. And, take me back. And also she doesn't know the opportunity that only me and her together can have. And I didn't want to do that as a reason. I just wanted her to love me and see it. Anyway. So, what does she do? She even takes it further again, and she lets me know that she's not to be crossed, doing crazy, doing too much, making fun of me, saying. And also, I don't know, you know, also making sort of sense, but it doesn't make sense. Just saying I'm doing shit that ain't. But also, you know, you can tell when she's doing too much and when she's, you know, anyway. So I died again. And then, well, no, then I found court papers and all kinds of shit. I knew something was crazy going on that I don't even know what they. But I know I had so many documents, it just didn't make sense at all. And then I get put in the hospital, mental hospital again. And I said, I don't, because I didn't. But no, I just like, I don't want to even be with her. I don't want to be around her. I don't even think, even if she took me back, I'm going to even overlook this shit. She's not noticing me, so I gave up and I stopped everything. And then she let me know, I guess, on accident that she does pay attention to the tagged videos, and she saw one of the videos and she heard it and she messaged somebody in my family, and she got mad that she got in trouble and caught for saying those. I said, you fucking said them. You shouldn't have said them if you didn't want to fuck. And I was defending her. I have this undying loyalty that I really hope that she knows is not fake. It is real. It is courageous, and I love it. It's romantic if she would let it be. You know, no, you got a problem with her. You have a fucking problem with me. And she's a good woman. It's me and her. I help her. I have her back. Even though she reminds me that might be fucking stupid. And it's stupid to even doubt that she's gonna fucking let me down by giving her that. Because in the courtroom, when I'm out telling her outside the court, if she doesn't burn me inside there, that I feared maybe I was gonna also, you know, drop the child support. And I told her a way of doing that. I said, we could say we're getting married. She doesn't listen to a fucking thing I say. As usual, nothing I say she listens to. She tells in front of the guardian light that I was trying to keep her and tell her before she got to that they were doing before she got there. And she says, he just said in front of, he said, we're going to act like we're married. I'm like, oh my God, no, why would you fucking embarrass me? I mean, cut me down like that. Made me look stupid. And then I reminded her by being me, on, you know, just by being loyal and saying, but you hadn't even seen her, and she's a mother, and you're just taking, you don't even know nothing about her, you haven't even talked to her, and you're taking a decision on our kid. And she said, yeah, exactly. And she snaps out of it, and then she's back to mine, sort of. And we have a little moment that she tries to run away from, tries to push away. And the minute I say things, have I earned the right to have your number yet? She's, you know, no, you're not my friend. So I'm using this opportunity to get her back. Because I hate to tell her we are married. And you are supposed to. But my point is, I'm explaining me for the first time ever. She'll never quite ever understand what it meant to get to her. And it was hell. And it was hard. And I fought and I didn't stop. And I'm obsessed, and I can't accept no other way than being delusional and hoping she does, And I don't regret doing any of it. I'm telling you, that's the type of love Jesus has to offer you. He's offering you that if you listen and understand him. He's offering an option that I'm giving you right now, and I have been, and I will continue. Understand it, question it, think about it, but first, always first, go to it and check it. Is from God. Test that spirit always by going to see if it says that, and then you getting the opportunity to know if it's even possible to. And the minute you start to turn the tides, everybody will honestly be able to see how this could be something that is a miracle. And I'm going to take this time to tell Jennifer, I love you. I promise you, I'm going to get it to work out. You're going to have to just listen to what I tell you to do and say, and you're going to listen to Daddy. Because it says that. And if I'm going to be your slave, an idiot, I need you to trust that I'm not. I need you to know that I'm smarter than you. I need you to know that I can do it. Believe in me. Give me the opportunity that I have been presented now. And I'm still pissed, and I am let down, and you do have to make it up to me. And you don't know how, and I don't know if you can. But I'm saying there is no doubt in my mind that God would not tell me to tell you this. He's not wrong. And it's not one of the things that I'm happy about. That it has to be like this. But I don't know anything because I don't hear anything. It would be just easier to be able to communicate, simpler, quicker, and it wouldn't be constant. That's something I'd have to show you. You'd have to maybe see. You'd have to actually have the example of what I could show you. But until then, I have to just nonstop. It's in me because I'm in need of some hope that I didn't know. And when I was walking down, and I was walking, and I thought I was encouraged to keep going, and I was encouraged to keep going. And I looked, and I found the path I was looking for. It told me about. And I promise you, the one that's narrow and hard to do and get through is the one you're supposed to go through. And the one that's wide is the one that leads to destruction and is easy to go through the wide path. And everybody takes that choice. Like Jesus said. Narrow is, and you can test it. I'm hoping that God's people will know I need her is important on another level that you're going to have to understand why. Our absence in marriage, she found someone else, and the pastor and all that she's talking about is a bad person, and she was brainwashed by a weak, pathetic man who was abusive, and they, I don't know everything behind the scenes that I'm getting, and I don't know why they're threatening. They threaten on my end, but I know we were taken advantage of because we were powerful and people, imposing and physically. Well, we were by weaker people that have money taken advantage of, and they didn't even try to even cover their tracks because they had no plans of any of me and her ever being able to actually do anything about it. And the fact that me and her I can understand her and recognize, and I know her, and I know everything about her, and I recognize her as, and I could see so much that she's not seeing her, and she alone just being able to band with me would get everybody the punishments that they so longfully deserve, because they have not just done one time, you cross somebody and do something mean, or that's one time, and then somebody sad, you see that, you're a human being, and you feel bad for them, and you're sorry, and you don't even want to do it because you can't do it because you're not a weak person that is going to continue to do it, but you do it. And then you see them crying and they laugh in your face and you're still doing it. And you don't stop there. And you see it affecting everything in your family and your kids, and you keep doing it. You won't stop. That is what they've been constantly doing to us. And it is not okay. And it is wrong. And now, if I cannot tell you enough how she needs to know, I'm having death threats by them. And that's another $1 million lawsuit alone right there that has to be done. We have to do it. If we don't take them and for everything they own, they are going to continue to do it to us because they're not threatened by us being credible enough to even do it. And she doesn't know she can do simple things that I am not good at because I'm a mama's man. I never did no shit for myself in my life. And she is, needing support and needing encouragement and needing hope. And I don't think she ever in a million years has had a real belief. Maybe she does. Maybe she's got faith in God, like, good. But I think she's always kind of, how am I ever going to beat them? Nobody's going to, take it serious. And, I'm reminding her, I've been trying to get you to hear me and recognize me and listen. I don't know any other ways. And yes, it's to get me back, because I can't live without you, and I'm done without you, and it's miserable, for fuck's sake. I'm a mama's boy, I can't do shit for myself, but I will make you happy. But we're not going to do anything if we don't do it together. And call me just call me. I know it's gonna be awkward, and just call me. I promise I'll make it different. I got it. You're just not letting me do shit. You're not letting me do what I couldn't do for you. Because you're not allowing me to even be around you or talk to you. And they are not weak. Like, they're weak people. And they're pussies and scared to death of what I am gonna do. And they are hoping that you just don't. You're believing the God of mischief and all of his lies and his confusion so much that you haven't seen anything Jesus is telling you. That he needed me to know him before you did, you know. So right now I'm telling you, I'm not confusing you, I'm not tricking you, I'm not going to ever do it. I'm being honest and open, and I'm just unrecognizable because Satan doesn't want us to fuck up his kingdom, and we are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be happy right now that you don't have to worry about dipshit in your head too much. As you did anyway. And I'm not mad that you've been stupid. I'm wanting you to do it on your own free will. And I'm wanting you to, if you want to know an idea of how you could make it up and do something, just call, and you don't gotta act like you don't watch or pay attention and love it and like what you've been having me do and laughing at me, probably making fun of me, so I can drag you behind the tool shed against your will, and you're not gonna stop me because it's mine. Or I am gonna do it in 2 days, and I'm not kidding. Anyway, again, for the 6th time. So listen to me. I was misled, ripped apart, and people, y'all do not know what I'm talking about is actually not crazy, because it is lies that you are going to continue to believe. And there's another hour and 43 minutes of me talking about it. No drugs, no, except what I'm prescribed earlier. Sleep, I slept. I woke up late because I stayed up doing it. Anyway, to 3 o'clock, you know, about 9 hours of sleep. I'm not manic. It's not psychopathic mania. It is 100% what I am showing in God is you get distracted in this world, and you get confused, and you don't know how much you need to actually take in seriously. You need to not run away from this, because this is not something that should ever happen to anyone, and it is a major problem. And I promise you, this me and her event and these are going to open up things that you will not believe in terms of actual difference in my community that needs it in mental health, the courts, and how the police are acting and do. And I promise you, it is not going to be something that I'm going to be like a piece of shit with money. What I'm going to give people, and my family is going to be rich, because I'm going to make them, and I'm going to make them invest invent, create, and they are going to get options and opportunity to do anything they want if they create, they try to make a business, or they want to go this direction, or they're inspired and I want to race cars. Then I'm going to make sure that they figure out opportunities, and I'm going to push them in the direction to try. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm going to give them opportunities to also learn. Wait, but you're going to take care of your education. You're also going to do this. You're going to not worry about that so much, because I'm going to put you in also the direction that, you want to be an MMA fighter. We're going to do that. And I'm going to give you opportunities. And you're going to invest. And you're going to teach. But you're also going to go to college. You're also going to know how to be successful. And you're going to show me and everybody else in the world why me and her are different, and we are better, and we are unique, and we are powerful. We're strong, and we're not going to be held back. We're not going to be, sorry for being successful. And we're not going to be wrong. We're not going to be bad people. We're not going to take advantage of it. We're going to be good people, because you're also going to be taught by me, by action when I go out. I'm going to make sure I'm at a park. I see a kid, and I don't know, he might be cute or something. He might remind me of Zeke, might be chubby or something. I'm going to surprise that kid, and I'm gonna get him that opportunity that was just something he ran into. Lucky day. I'm going to show you God, and I'm going to be successful. And it's not anything I didn't work my fucking ass off for and deserve. It's something I'm getting out of it, because that is what God gave me the opportunity to do, and that is what God is going to do, because God's people are not allowing this type of stuff. It's being held from being even known to anyone. No one in my community even asked me if my son, that me and her know the truth. And it's something she doesn't understand all of it, but she knows the truth. And I was innocent. We were training anyway. The fact that my son told you that, and my son won't lie, and it's on the footage of the camera that when I was arrested, that my son didn't even write anything to tell him. Anyway, I was convicted. It's on my record, and I was told it was going to be put. They didn't try to cover it up. They didn't try to cover that they were just letting me go while they put me on probation and held me back and put me in the arms of these people that tried to purposely sabotage me on purpose for no other reason but to be evil. And it's not made up, because they called me and threatened me with my life, and they offered me the opportunity to get something and move on for something. And I'm not kidding about that. And I'm not wanting anybody in God's army to ever allow the police to get near me until I am able to be lawyered up. And if God's army is going to tell me anything, somebody is going to make sure that they have put this in the position that is going to be heard enough to at least somebody out there is Christian, has got a narcissistic Christian lawyer. I don't care. You might be a piece of shit, but I need you. Somebody. You know, I hate to tell you, but lawyers are not... You don't need all that fucking money to do what I'm just giving you. I know my worth. I know what it's worth. I know it's not worth a penny until you figure it out, Jennifer. They are not going to be able to do anything the minute we're... And I'm promising they will not make Jesus look stupid and weak and a pathetic person by not reaching this all over the place. Because the things I'm talking about and the things that I'm explaining are being shown how to learn it, hear it, communicate it, understand it. Stop what you're doing in the church because you have failed God. And right now I am here and I am not going to be, enabling just blatantly pathetic, weak, brothers and sisters. And it's, I mean, for real, man, how dare you be my brother and not even be something respected, a threat. Everybody will cross you. And you letting people do this to me, man. How fucking dare you? And my sisters are letting that happen to her. You're not praising her. And she needs it. And how dare y'all? And I gave it to you now. You shouldn't have had me have to ask y'all to do it. You're supposed to be the body of Christ. You're supposed to be, not pushed into having to do something because I tell you. Because I don't manipulate him. I don't. Because I know the beginning of all knowledge is when you fear the Lord. And if you don't understand how to fear something and what fear is, really, you're not going to understand it. If you don't understand that the beginning of all knowledge is the fear of the Lord, you won't understand what fear or what understanding or what love is. You have to understand it, right? If you love somebody, then you're not going to drain them and you're not going to give them any, you're not going to allow them to show you, to not even see you and not respect you and not be happy with you. You're not going to give them that. Because I'm telling you, it's not a good feeling to have that. You're going to make sure they know your ass is, where you going? You ain't going to damn place. Ain't nothing better. And you are mine. You ain't going to damn nowhere. Your pussy is mine. And if you can't understand, there's a difference in everything I'm trying to tell you, understand. Think about, listen, hear, think, hear, listen, understand, then you're not going to ever get it. I don't do things intentionally, on purpose, to make myself look like I'm a genius. No, I do that. Okay, that's a lie. I do that. That's my point. I can't fake it. I'm a liar when I do that. But my point being, I'm honest. I do that. I meant to say, I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to. I was trying to say that, but I said, you know what I mean. I don't mean to blatantly do the things I blatantly am not trying to do, but I'm doing them and I'm trying to act like I'm not doing them because I'm persuading you and I'm being nice when I'm doing it. Because if I do that and I'm sincere, you're going to do what I want you to do, right? Because that's how a psychopath works. But I'm telling you, God's love is different. God's understanding, and when you understand Him, you understand me. If you don't recognize me, then you wouldn't recognize that it's because you haven't recognized me because you're crazy. No, because you've been under a spell. It's been obvious to everyone else, and it's been only a matter of time now for you to know it. And I wanted me to be the reason. I don't need God to get me some booty. I can get women. They all want me. They kind of do. And now they really do, but when you recognize me, you're gonna see how much you got. And I hope you can see it soon. Because quite frankly, nobody in the world can understand her not loving me at all, or respecting or wanting me at all, even nonstop. See the comments? Yeah, it's annoying and crazy and weird, but she's, oh come on, not even a little interested in somebody like me at all back. Even, mind you, I never did any of the things that the dipshit that beat her and cheated and was a narcissist of. I gave her not a man, but satisfaction in the bedroom. She's still not understanding. She gave up on a long time ago, I could tell. See, a narcissist can confuse a lot of things, but not that pussy. He can give, and if you're married, you need to be honest about the importance of a good sex life. Is extremely important to explain it by showing you it is important to know. It's extremely important. Otherwise, you're not going to recognize that it is. It's driving women, her batshit crazy. And I know it sounds, no, what the hell is wrong with you? It's not. You know how I know? Because I know. But she's also been out with dorks like George and this fat guy named Sean. She should be embarrassed about it. I'm just humiliated her. But she's not acknowledging. She's just giving up so much on the fact that nobody understands why a woman like you that gets this type of man being a slave and all kinds of stuff is with a dweeb, a little weakling. And why you would even stay with him. And she's unable to understand. I get what she has told me, and I can explain it to her better than she understands it, probably. Because when you are a narcissist, you can take a lot of things. You might be amazing sex. The best you've ever had in your dreams. It may even look bigger. But no, it's not, she told me. But what happens? Shortly after, the illusion shatters. Or does it? No. The illusion doesn't even shatter, and you start to realize something really quickly. Like, man, he's kind of quick. He's not very long when he does it, and he's not really got me. I'm just getting pissed off here. It's pathetic. It's weak. It's kind of fucking. It's, oh God, why did I have sex with him? But you see my point I'm making. Then you will recognize what I've been saying. The importance of sex and how it should not ever, ever be misleading. You know, it should be indoctrinated in your Christian Bible studies in Sunday school. And I know that sounds wild, but I'm saying it is something that, I don't know, was important enough for them to make very blatantly honest and obvious. It is also how he is understood better when he calls you whores and I made you, you was the whore of whores, donkey. It had sex with a dog. But what does he show you when he's saying, I gave you dress and I treated you with only the finest wines and I cherished you. He's showing you sex is understanding. What is understanding? What is the way to figure things out? How can you, without understanding what is understanding, standing under, get, it. Over here. You woke up. It's not crazy. But it sounds and it looks crazy and it appears crazy. But it's not. It's what is being pushed and pulled and believing it and not aware of it. If you don't know how to address it, and if you don't just lose control and give up on resisting it, like I did with love, because when she called my mom to bitch at her, I tried to get it, I was depressed. I actually did. I was thinking of ending it, and I would have, honestly. I was trying to figure out how to get anyway, I was not inside hope at all. And I remembered, wait a minute, it's not, because I was thinking she's just a bad person and she's crazy, and then I'm like, wait, she's not, because that was my confliction. I was being tricked again. This is what he does to stop me from getting my woman. And then I'm love again immediately, and then I'm still crazy though. And I think the first video I did was, they're gonna make you look as crazy as your mom. I'm loud in my mind a little bit, but I'm making sense. Like, I'm starting to say things that are coming to be revealed that was not intended for me to tell you. That it was a plan. Because it wasn't my plan, and it's not my plan, and none of this is my plan. And the minute somebody is able to help me in my church, I had some problem with people understanding that I have the Muslims protecting me. And my own people are getting looked stupid. And everyone knows I'm not crazy about it either. Otherwise, why are they, when I'm posting videos about it, to tell you my viewers go up, my subscribers, because they are great people that didn't know I would do it in this direction at all, and I'm not offending at all, even though I know it could be. It's not something I made easy, and I promise I probably understood the Quran more, if I'm being honest, and I related to it. But I'm being honest with the fact that I was also wanting to have an excuse to do some reckless things that I was being like, what is wrong? Extreme. And it would have been harmful. And it's nothing I could have ever done and done right. And I'm only doing this because I saw Jennifer love and I saw Jennifer tell me I was not noticing anything she was saying about Jesus or anything, but because I didn't know what it was about her that made me notice that. Okay, I like looking at you more now, and then I had something happen where she pulled me out of the phone. It was out of body, and she snapped me out of things, and I got whipped to shape, and I just knew she was my soulmate, but I knew she was going to have a moment too where she snapped, it pulls out of whatever Satan's tricked her into and confused her and made her hate everything about me and not see me for who I am and see me as the sex machine now. And give her the upgrades in everything she wanted that she didn't know I could even offer, and I don't even have to try. See, when you don't look at everything, people can continue to. When you were so confused by somebody doing it, you can be misled. You can forget how easily you can still get tricked by them, and they will do it because they have something that you're not understanding about yourself, that they predict you. They understand that you are going to do this or that or not, or I don't know, like they almost certainly know you're not going to do the smart decision. And if you do, though, if you were to, that's because I was able to make it look like maybe we are. I know something's been different. And you need to just, when you call me and then you see me, don't make it to where I can't be something I can look at you and know that you want me or you need to be mad over me. It's stupid. And then I'm on here for 2 hours and 10 minutes talking about stuff for the world to see our... It is kind of cool, though. It's an opportunity. Because I promise you, Jennifer, they might, if they don't look at what I'm showing you here, if you don't see it, then you're not going to ever get the path that Jesus gave you. And he's not going to make it easy and wide when he's got the right path for you. It's narrow. Not many go in it, or go to it, or decide to do it, or choose it. So I'm telling you, the narrow way of doing it. And it's not going to be easy. But I just need you, and I love you, and I want you to just help me. I won't ever forget making a mistake and letting you down and losing you. I'm never going to be able to get over it. And I'll do this to the day I die. I don't have a problem following and chasing you, and I don't care. And I dare you to get some other man. He's gonna be so fucking scared to cross me. You ain't gonna have a chance. He ain't gonna try. I'm just kidding. He might not. But don't think there ain't something to that that's a little different than it was. It's also because he ain't got a fucking chance with you. And it is not because they don't want you. They want you. Oh my God, if you could turn on me and they could get my bitch now, that would be something they'd do. But you ain't gonna find something better than me. And you ain't got a better option. And I'm making your ass do it now. And you ain't got a choice. And it is my pussy anyway. But I'm just pissed off that I had to get put in a position like this. And I'm pissed off that I had to do this. Do not alert any police or anything, because it is something that I can't tell you why. It's bad. I was told, didn't you spend enough time in jail? By a family member about this stuff. So you need to all know, as the body of Christ, you are pathetic and weak, and it's fucking making me angry. I have I got pussies for brothers and sisters, and it is not good to have a weak ass little pipsqueak. I'm supposed to have big and little sisters that are bad motherfuckers, but I don't ever see it, and you never hear about somebody telling you maybe you should be like Elijah, maybe you should be David, because you're never going to understand the importance of how easily overlooking big things is a major problem. And major problems are never going to be addressed until you do things about it that are just plain savage, like burning all books that say Old Testament, because it should be First and Second Testament, because it is. And what you can see what the God of mischief has done slowly. Well, let's say it's the old one. Well, yeah, that's the old one. So that doesn't count. No, you are stupid. Because then how are you going to understand why he told them to be? Because if you believe ever that he would ever tell me ever in a million years that I am right about saying that you are stupid, then you're not anything that they should even worry about, because you don't even take Jesus seriously, do you? Because you let my family down. You're not spreading it. You're not telling about it. You're not preaching this to the rooftops. I obviously must be crazy, remember? Because I've been doing this while sleeping, taking medication, seeing mental health. I have not had any problem telling you if I've been drinking that day, if I've smoked marijuana at the time. My relapses 3 times in a month. I'm showing my brokenness, and I'm telling you how it works. And it is a problem that I have to step around the fact that I'm having it used against me, and they are purposely pulling the strings, and now they have nothing that they have that I can't beat, because I actually am giving you the people of my God power to do change in my life and her life, my kids' lives, and God's church as a small, I guess, body of believers that are supposed to have each other's backs and watch out for each other. And if you fuck with me, you gotta deal with me. But we don't see it. We don't show it. We don't get a chance to actually show anything we are about and say we're about. It's to be taken serious, or be respected, or be something that I should watch out about crossing. Because if we just let somebody just fucking push us around and don't do something about it, then they're going to continually do it over and over and over. And it is not something you're ever going to see a difference in, because no one is going to do what God wants them to do, which is be the man you are being told to. And you're never going to look past the fact that now you would deny the fact I have authority to say it, because what gives me any authority on any of the things I've said is true. All the things I've said have been said with authority, because the Word of God is authority. And is my authority that gives me credibility, that gives me hope, that gives me, any possibility of never being misleading, if I say that you should test the Spirit anyway. And I want you to be encouraged to, so you can know that it says it. So you test the Spirit. And He won't contradict His Word. And you do that on all the things I say, and all the topics. So you would always know it is from God. Because His Word won't contradict itself. His Word will never, ever, ever be obviously misleading, and y'all are letting them do it. Y'all are obviously getting misled, and y'all are willfully ignorant. And in the last days, scoffers will come, mocking the truth. They will say, where's the promise of your Jesus? It's the same thing has happened now. It's been going on since the beginning of time. Ain't nothing. And they'll be willfully ignorant, as in dumb on purpose, about what He did to the world when they needed to watch out when they scoff Him. And you forget, a day is like 1,000,000 or 1,000. And that's just an example of, like, there's no actual realm of possibility you could ever explain who made God, who created God. Who could ever tell you that? I can. You know why? Because the Bible says it, but I can only do that. I can explain it and break it down into really simple but hard ways. I'm the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega. He's telling you how, and then he's not. He doesn't have a watch. He's not. Oh, you got to start. Watch is time, space, and matter. All of this has to have time, and space, and then there has to be matter. Without that, there is no time to start it. If you're outside of that and you're creating time to start with, then what is the possibility that you would be created? You have to create it. You have to create time. You cannot be outside of time and need to be created. But you just didn't listen when I told you he's the beginning and the end and the Alpha and the Omega. So I explained down something that's kind of hard to even fathom. What I said is kind of making sense. It's just like an apple. How could it be three things? It's one God. Let him make man in our image. In the creation. Let us make man in our image. Let me explain something to you. Apple has a core, it has seeds, and it has the skins. Take them off, it's still an apple, but they're all separate things. They're still one thing. I can tell you so much things broken down and making them make sense to you. And educated is what I learned reading the Bible. I learned this by doing it. Learning it. And I didn't understand it from anything I learned from people in it. I learned from outside places, contemporaries, and some that were atheist theologians, and I listened to what they were actually saying about it. So I didn't take it from the actual produced, the church that Satan produced y'all to say and talk like and be like. I never ever needed to know. I needed him to tell me that his obviously educated atheist brain would never fathom what he's reading and digesting and understanding about it. So it didn't mislead me into any bullshit, like believing that there's going to be a time where he makes us disappear and we go to heaven and not, and rapture, and you'll find it's not blatantly ever going to be in the Bible. If you read the Bible, it's not in the Bible. The tribulation comes, there is nothing that's going to save you. That is from a vision a little girl had and was spread through the wildfire in God's church, and y'all still to this day, y'all have movies about it. Y'all have no knowledge about how disrespectful you are, about how my God's gonna come back and fucking destroy y'all for being dumbasses. I promise you that is not possible, because it would contradict his prayer. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, not heaven as it is on earth. There is no understanding of any of it, because you need to know that Eden, heaven on earth, New Eden, the end of the age in heaven, and gets restored. It has never been about going there. And everybody would be so hard pressed to admit I would be obviously easily looked in on and researched, that somebody's going to be stupid enough to be misled by something else that somebody's saying about nothing that could be easily told and explained, because you do not need me to tell you something that I can tell, something that I can easily tell you is not going to need to be explained to you. You should understand what you hear and read. Because if you can't do that, then what in the hell are you going to even get, like, well, why the hell you got to get a book that's got a different way of saying an old, outdated, no matter how correct it is, to a couple words, and you don't understand, what it even says anyway. You just know it sounds cool. It sounds great. It's what Jesus says. And you'd have no idea who he is. And you will never know who he is. And he doesn't know you when you are in front of him. And he promise you that. If you do not know anything about how to actually be able to communicate without having to relate to somebody's brokenness and relate to somebody that is down and up, relate to somebody who's depressed, relate to somebody who's hopeless, relate to somebody who's living in addiction or just having problems in their relationship and marriage, 12 years, and everybody's like, it's so bad and sad. Then you never ever will see what Jesus can do. He can restore it. He can fix it. You just have to love. You have to have faith. And you have to see what is what. You need to listen to what I'm saying, because I have the authority to. And the authority of me comes from his word. And you can check his word and test it like I'm telling you to. And look in on every thing I say that is in the scripture. And it's always wrong for me to say, oh, I'm going to put the Bible verse on. No, I know I shouldn't do that. Because I can easily rewrite it. And I can easily take one sentence out of multiple different books. And it's going to always mislead it. And it's always going to not make it, it's always going to make it wrong. Because I promise you, if you knew my woman, she would have hope. She would not have gone through this. She would have had people telling her the importance of having her back and going to the courthouse. I promise you, I would have fought tooth and nail. She would not be in that position if I was in the courtroom, outside the courtroom with her. I promise you, if I'm in the courtroom with her, I'm bringing the pain. I'm prepared. I am not stupid. When you think I'm stupid, I love reminding you how intelligent I am, because I like doing it. I like cutting you down. I like making myself look better than you, because I am better than you, and I always will. And how dare anybody say I shouldn't? It would not be wrong for you to tell me that it is obvious, blatant obvious, that everybody has been wiped out in the man department when it comes to the Christians. And that is not okay. It is never, ever, ever going to be intended for weaklings. Because who dares, once even lost all hope, wants to be saved by something they can't even fear? Don't they want hope that they're going to get have those motherfuckers pay for all they did? Because it's not just, vengeance. What it is it's really bad when they are pissed that we got We didn't have them beat us. And that feels good. And I want to do bad things to them, and I am. But I'm doing it on the way they work. Only I know the right things they are lying about. Loving. I never, you see, Jennifer's limited vocabulary. She's always on pastor. She's trying to tell everybody, why are you not outraged that a man does that? And how dare the church, how dare my brothers and sisters allow him to? You go to his church, you are wrong, and you are not calling a spade, and you're a bad person. The whole family, you are bad. You are not a man of God. He never knew you. He doesn't like you, he doesn't respect you, and he will never ever thank you more for leaving his church and getting the fuck away from us for the rest of your life. Because I promise you, if you don't address anything when you see him or kick his ass out of it, you will never, ever be forgiven for it, because you obviously don't know Jesus' word. If you would read it, James, which was his half brother, which was, it's pretty wild that nobody really thinks about things outside of it, but that would mean if you read it and you can see where, oh my God, the humanity that came out of the human side with Mary it wasn't all God. It was some, man, she must have had some good genetics. And you know why? Because it was part of David's bloodline. And I promise you, David was not a pussy. I promise you, when James would speak about things, it was all about business and putting pep in your step. And what is religion without deeds? Your religion is dead. It takes works. It takes deeds to get into heaven. You will not. Okay, you're on the cross. You say, remember me. That's a great time. You had that time. But there is no way in hell that you're going to ever convince me that you know when you're not compelled to honestly have to do them. Is not blatantly easily done. Because it's one thing when I don't want to work on not drinking, not, slipping up or saying these words and whatever. It's another thing when I'm saying I will never say anything to mislead anybody into God or about God, even though I was atheist and hated everything about it. I never ever complained about Christians, called them fake, even though y'all are. The churches I've been in, I have met some great people and I love them. And John, I really appreciate everything he's done and explained. And I don't think he knew anything about what was going on with me. He's not on social media. His name is Jonathan Woodham. And he moved away, and his wife's Karen, I can't remember her name. I don't know, her and Jennifer were at odds because they were both pretty hot and stuff. Well, Jennifer's way hotter. That's why. But, so she was, but anyway. And they have a really lovely family. And I'm sure they don't agree with all the words and stuff, but I'm saying that he showed me Jesus, and how he showed me was how you show God. And when you show God, you do things. You do it. It's not hard. You will not be able to. Nobody's going to turn you down on the decision about Jesus when you show them. I promise you. Because it is revealing and it is drawing. It is attention that you get, this desired and lusted after, basically. It is not something that you have to not, want to. Okay, I'm kind of wanting to figure this out. Look at my brokenness. I'm not doing this, to tell kids to put a cigarette in their mouth and start smoking it. I'm doing it because I wanted a cigarette and I'm going to have a cigarette. And 2 days ago, before I went back to Jesus, before all that, I was remembering. I didn't even think about all the people in the community that abandoned me, of the church I was a part of at one time, that reminds me to tell all y'all that you pieces of shit and you never loved Jesus. You see, I can say that. You remember when I was that, and I was good. I was a good person, and you pushed me around in the church because I'm a threat physically, and women, that's the wildest thing. Those women, I saw that dumb bitch. Anyway, a while ago, and she had no idea. She didn't know me as a man though. When I was stranded and I went by the bar to call somebody, she was trying to act like I was the way I was back then, and I said, whatever the fuck you say, you still want to fuck me. And she was and then it was somebody else was like, ha! It was funny because she didn't see it coming. See, that is the way they came at me, but they didn't have me able to say that to them, because I didn't have anybody. They told me that's the way I should have done inside the church, in front of everybody, called her a bitch, trained her. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Because honestly, I do not understand how anyone could mix up some of the naughty language I'm saying with any of the obvious truths I have revealed in and out through Jesus that I have broken down over and over. How dare you in any way, shape, or form undermine anything I'm saying with authority that I have authority on. How dare you? How dare you act like you're smarter than him? It's the difference between saying an old lady's food she just made you, she's so excited that you like it, his food tastes like shit, or saying, hey man, what's up, you the shit. Oh my God, did I just explain something that you cannot use against me because I used the understanding that you will never know? I've been 2 hours and 38 minutes just preaching. I found the opportunity that I've tried to make on my own. And I've tried to win my wife back on my own because I don't need you to know why I don't feel good about having to tell her it's because Jesus. I don't want to do that. And I don't know if I'm even going to be consistent, and I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to have to now. I know I don't really want anybody to look at me like I should be somebody that's going to be a model citizen or able to ever, fuck up never again, all the time, tomorrow, right now. You're only as big as your concept of God. And he's too small for me if the ones I've seen that allows that and doesn't do anything about it. It is so weak. I don't like it. And I don't think y'all understand that is why they don't get you. They don't get you not because you're not of this world and you don't conform like every other idiot out there. that does conform like you. I got the opportunity to finally capitalize on being drained, ripped apart, and held down because I couldn't get anything started in life. I couldn't get it started because I'm so fucking powerful. And I'm showing you, you are weak as people if you are not pressing any of the message. Because all the things I've talked about in here should be able to be easily mistaken as truth or not if you know Jesus. But you don't. If you knew him, what you would at least reach, I love you, this family, support, go over here, subscribe to her, tell her how beautiful she is. Actually, listen to what she's saying, because I promise you, like everybody else in my small town in the story and replies, they love what she's talking about. They like her, they love her, they respect her, they know she's the bitch, she's bad bitch, the bad bitch in charge. And they kind of dealing with it now, but they couldn't before. They can't call her, because she doesn't know that they know how to work this. Because you call her slut and stupid and all these other things, nobody wants anything. And when the great Joey doesn't want you, we're gonna remind you how you're just piece of shit and average, you unloving mother. There's nothing you can actually run from when you address your own problems and you're blatantly honest about them. And you need to just blatantly be honest about allowing stuff that's not okay to do because you're failure. You need to just try to get on your feet and push doing it. The stuff you know is wrong, and you shouldn't have to force it. But if you don't have a brother and sister in Christ, or a husband and wife, or a husband that makes you like say, oh, you're not fucking doing it, I'm here, you're fucking doing the shit that's not okay with being okay with not doing it. You're going to have to do it, bitch. I'm going to drag you to do it. Because you expect that from this kind of man, you do not allow them to be left out there hanging. You don't allow it. You don't let it happen. And you do not make them forget. You show them what they deserve, what they're worth, what they're, attracting, sort of. You show them what gets your attention as well. You don't give a shit about them. You don't try. You don't call them. You don't work on it. And you don't want to do the right things. And you don't know what you do. And but when you know, what the person you've got is halfway decent, you might think, okay, well, I'll admit it is fun to have you follow me around or whatever, but you don't follow me around, but it is fun, and I did love the gifts, and thank you for ending so much child support and it is nice, and I do miss you, I've always missed you, but you could always just shut the hell up and respect me enough to know something will be done. and it will be done. And I'm doing this not intentionally, but I do see the similarities in how in being like a pastor that is good and bad, and I was really a stalker, and now I'm a stalker, and you're getting credibility, and helped your reputation on the outside and all over town. Everybody loves you. Everybody you used to work with, your coworkers, I can see who views my story, and they view it, and they're reacting, and they're all the girls are giving me message telling me about how, they've been through it and this and that, and trying to persuade me and throw some things, that I would honestly be interested in, and I want to, and I'm thought about it, I almost did, but I am showing you what you get coming after you is respecting and loyal. Even though he doesn't have to be. But I'm trying to show a point and make my dreams come true. But it's also because it's the right thing to do, and I have to do it. Because I'm not living without love again. I know it's not of the world. And it's not conditional. Like I've had before with anything. But I didn't know what love was until I had Zeke. And our love is special, man. So weird, and we're so good, me and him, and he's identical to her. He doesn't act like me. He's not me. He's not a bad person. No, he's good. I'm getting his mom back. I promised him. I'm giving everybody the opportunity here to make things the way they're supposed to be. That is what is the right thing to do, and that is what God is intending to happen. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But no matter what, everyone would like to not deny if she doesn't see any of it. And she's that about me, then she obviously is either not obvious all those things I've told y'all she is that y'all see about her being all these great things and good person and really smart, funny, and all these things that I'm in love with, but she's not seeing how bad she is for not even being able to talk or hang out with me. And it's not something I'm delusional about when I'm telling y'all things that are obviously driven and worded through what God. And I know that, and I got faith in that. And because I know if I don't, I'm still unconditionally loving her. No matter what she does to me, says to me, in a courtroom, or not making me look stupid in front of the person, I'm protecting her behind her back, which she don't know about. And she makes me look stupid. She humiliates me and embarrasses me and makes me go viral and calls me all kinds of shit that's too much. Damn, because I love her, and that's my love. That's the type of love I give. My love is not normal guy love. It's special, and it is not something I will ever stop doing and be sorry I didn't show or tell or communicate. And I need to make some things change in my life, and I need a chance. I will never get a chance to get anything on the ground in my town now, ever. My town is all bad right now because I revealed all the people that were obviously doing things to me and doing it on purpose are all weak physically people. And I cannot wait till my queen fights for me and stands up for me and just stands by my side and just gives me some pussy. but my point, I know I'm able to make a difference out of my situation that I've had, right? This whole thing has been just hard, not a good look. But I promise I didn't doubt my love. And I promise I was not doing anything on purpose, intention, or even understanding. And there was also, honestly, it was like, how could you not take me back? I mean, she was going to budge, and she never did. And I learned, I'm showing everybody else a lesson. Look at my woman. You ain't doing nothing with her. Good luck. She says she's waiting for her husband before she has sex. She's celibate. And you ain't getting none. Like me. I'm not a pussy. And you see what she does to me. She might not know how I am or who I am now, but she doesn't know, men I ain't got to worry about coming to try and get her attention from me and steal her from me. They're not even going to try because they know they ain't got a chance. I promise you, it isn't because they don't want to. Even no matter how bad all the girls in the town capitalize on the fact that the man they want and they're attractive, the one that's entertaining and funny and charming, attractive, tall, sexy, big, has a queen. You see, she's not dipshit Dracula's queen. That family can't do nothing when her king is in charge of hers. I don't hear anybody talking about anything relevant about him and her. Anytime they were together. You don't hear about it. You don't hear anything but bullshit from other people about stuff that family was protected and said and defended that family. That family I thought was good people when I thought she was crazy. I went and talked a bunch of bullshit, cutting her down behind her back, trying to tell that woman all kinds of shit because this is me. I love. I don't see things, like your kids. I saw it. My kid needs to see his brother and sister. It's what needs to be done for real. And I didn't know Jennifer whatsoever. So I went behind her back to try and get them to, to have a arrangement where Zeke meets them and hangs out, and and then if it works, on Christmas, and he gets some more presents, I don't mind that. Even dipshit, he can be around him, I don't care. Zeke can kick his ass now, I don't give a fuck. And I'll drop him over there, I'll get my mom to do it, I don't care. Because I'm not threatened. I don't care if his name, you got a kid named after the other person. I don't care. He is now going to be eventually my son. The moment you allow me to think those things about her and do those things behind her back, and then not reveal things that are blatantly obvious, if the family just ignored me and didn't want nothing to do with any of the things I was seeing when I hated her guts. Because, oh my God, how dare somebody be loving and show being, an adult and caring and understanding, like, how would you dare say you're a Christian family and you're a pastor and all this bullshit, but you're not willing to accept it? That is just a little suspicious why you would even, leave me hanging. And if anybody was to ever say anything I've said about her, just mind you and remember, there's nothing you can say about her that was right, that I was right about, because it's not right. Everybody believed lies about her. And they told him, and they told him, and then they told her lie after lie. He, over and over, was lying while he was positioning her into hating me, while I was reacting and doing things, pushed, deceived. She has no idea who I am anymore, because I had no idea who I was, showing her and giving her. And I was giving her crazy shit, and I was so stupid, and I did stupid things, and I've done nothing whatsoever that would ever give me a chance back that deserves it. And I don't deserve it. And I don't think anything will work. And I love that I had to get a chance to know how I don't have to worry about other guys, obviously. And she ain't choosing me over him. Come on now. When there's no bullshit delusional head games that he's got, I think she'll make the logical choice if that was the decision. But I don't hear anything about him or the family or anything. I just know that they are not good people. And the minute they did that to all three of my kids' mother, I'm telling you, nothing more than the truth. They are going to be my kids, because I'm going to show them God's love, and I'm going to show them I have no problem showing nothing, but no way, shape, or form is he ever going to allow anything to stop that from getting to his daughter. I'm going to make sure his daughter, Jennifer's, and God's daughter, is going to make sure she knows what it feels like to have a man fight for her mother, with her mother, by her mother. And I'm going to tell her daughter all the great things that I only have known and know. And I've got a plan to do something cool one day. But listen, my point is, it has nothing to do with anything that it would be over the line to say. I'm saying I am doing what I'm doing because out of love, out of mercy, out of all the things that you should really listen to, is what my actions and because my type of love as a father is not, it's not, I promise you can't match it. You should see me and Zeke. It is wild. It's cool. You have no idea what I am able to know God is able to show when I'm able to be the best thing I am, and that's a father. And I was robbed of it, and it's humiliated. And no one ever has helped me or reached out or asked me about anything I can do. And I will never legally be able to see him again if I don't do something. And we don't do something. I'm not going to have the option to. And right now he knows, I know, he knows I'm telling everything truthful. And he agrees with me. And I'm telling him Dad is not forgetting how much I mean to him. And I'm not going to let him down. And I promise you, Bub, I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about Jesus. I promise you, he's not happy. But I know you are, because he's the only one. Zeke doesn't deny Jesus. Zeke loves Jesus, and I never taught him anything about it. So please, I know God is not going to let me down, because I know what it feels like to be a father. And he is my father, and I promise you I didn't know what it took to understand how to do the right things that God is doing until I was a father. And I didn't know how to love until then. I know I'm in the right place and help my family. I gotta blow my nose. I need people to get me a position where I can honestly, and not using anybody, but I'm saying I need to get the boots off the ground. And I have been blatantly, obviously, misunderstood for a long time, and I'm trying to get my credit I deserve. I give you unbelievable content that is unbelievably entertaining, and more than any other person. I give you something that no one else can say that they do. I keep your attention. I keep the conversation. These podcasts, I non-stop. And you give me the opportunity to get the growth that I'm getting big, so I can at least afford a lawyer to get some safety. And do not contact any authorities for my help or at all. No mental health. I cannot tell you enough. If you believe anything I'm saying is meant to be heard, and it is good because I'm saying it, because I'm talking about Jesus and about hope and about love and redemption, and then you will not deny me credibility when I tell you it is not good and it is bad. If you do not help, you don't see that that's an opportunity to actually draw a light and make a difference. I can't fight anything without my brothers and sisters, and I promise you, they did not expect it, because I've been without you. I've been without him, man. I don't talk about him. I don't. They think I'm just an idiot. They think I'm just a smart idiot with nobody. And then Jennifer showed up. They found out, oh my God. Wait a minute. Is he gonna trick her into helping him? No. Is he gonna Is he gonna find out what we did to his queen? Oh my God. And she did. She did, unintentionally. She said she needed help. On the first video, and she was sad, and it was actually around the same time she got her court. They accused her of something I know she didn't do. And yeah, I cannot tell her enough how valuable she knows it is that me and her both were mistreated from the same CPS at the different times and overlooked while they didn't think anybody would. You see, I'm the way I am because I just wouldn't shut up, and they kept trying to shut me up, and I just kept showing them how much I just don't give a fuck. And then her, she's the same way, but they never think that they never thought she would be able to be wise enough to know. And I can show her how to easily beat them into, because she's not a bad person. That's a good thing. Especially if I know how to work the courts now, and I do. I can get her. With mine, I do know how to play this game. She doesn't. And she gives me she's the one person that would require me to have nothing, really, but love. And also, she could help me do shit. And I need help to do simple things. And I just need her. Just an excuse so I can win her ability to look at me when I'm not a joke. And I can actually do shit. I want to surprise her, really. I do. I don't want to surprise her because I want to shock her. I don't think she doesn't think I'm worth shit. She thinks a lot of the stuff that surprised her about confidence. She thinks I'm full of shit, full of myself, and I'm faking being a man. I'm not. That's how pathetic and weak I was. And no matter what, I want everybody to support her and give her subscriptions, share her stuff, because it inspired me and it gives me something to do. And I like doing, stalking her. And it also, it gave me hope and it did give me hope and told me how to be a better person and understand things better. And I didn't know at the time how, because I had an accident too, that my language gets messed up, and I was trying to save her or something. I was thinking she was telling me something that I wanted to hear, but it was also I heard her, and I got, my boots in line. I said, "Oh, I want my woman back. I'll do anything," and I started falling in love. I started to see her smart intelligence, and I started to see, really, I guess it's God. And now I recognize it, and her understanding really impresses me, on how she knows God. She doesn't know she's so right about him, and I want, for what it's worth, I just want her to know I'm very proud. The old me always wanted that. And I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you did. Anyway, the old me, I never. But that wasn't, I didn't know it at the time, but I see it. And she had understanding of how God is talking to her that none of y'all know, because you don't know God. When she's describing him walking and talking to him, I knew that is how you're hearing him. That is you talk to him. And then I said, wait a minute, that is where I get to. And then and there he was. There God came. That I realized, oh my God. Oh, dude, I started thinking about it. I was like, and it was her understanding of the Bible that she was like, don't let her. She says something funny that I think it's funny that she doesn't recognize she's kind of me. Like she makes under she's funnier. She knows what the fuck she's saying. Okay, she's doing shit to be funny too. She is funny, and she's smarter than you, and you don't see it. Don't let these weirdos crawl on you. The body's the temple. It's about sex, and and it's not about cigarettes or tattoos. That's right. Nobody else gets that right, and then she's talking about saving herself for marriage, and that's something I needed to believe in love anymore, but I didn't know that. I wasn't looking for that in a woman, really. To be honest, I didn't care. I lost all desires for any woman anyway, because it gets so easy. I don't care about, I don't need it anyway. I don't even like women. I don't even want a woman. But but when I see it, and I know it's something that, it's something I so longed for you to do, that I needed you to do, and I never knew it was so beautiful when I see it. And that's how I know God wanted me to do this and come back to him, because I knew I don't know. I knew he did the things that he knew I wanted and needed, and would ever need out of her to listen to her and save her, and to actually listen to and consider my downfalls, and to listen about what I've done, and listen to what she's saying, is to know she needed me, or she could use me, and to actually see her in a way you needed to see her anyway. But now she's got this, and she's this, and she's still beautiful. And then I saw God in her. So I saw, without her knowing, I saw her. I saw the woman of my dreams, So I know God's speaking to me, and I know I can recognize when someone is in need and hurt and not helping. Nobody's helping them, and I can tell that no one is obviously upset that she's been completely destroyed and used and taken advantage of. And now I'm addressing it, and no one's doing nothing to help her, at least feel encouragement and more, give her, y'all look at her shit, because I see people commenting, go give her respect, give her love, comment under, share it, inspire her, let her know if you've done things, with her. She is hard-headed as shit, and she needs to know that as a downfall. So she is the problem everywhere she goes, but she just say something to her, and she'll just forget about it. If you've had problems, give her if you're inspired, then she just doesn't communicate right, and you went in the community with her, then show her what I told y'all now that you can see. And nobody's done that. And that's one of God's daughters. And why is it? That's why when she's calling a man a pastor and he's not, she doesn't pick it up that it's like blatantly obvious that it's a call for y'all, me, us, God's people, that we are supposed to hear that is not a good man, and they're taking advantage of the fact that what they did, obviously they did, because I'm telling you they did it. I'm not going to be an idiot and make the wrong choice on her. I know she's not the wrong choice for me. No. I'm not wrong on her. I do know she does some shit, and she has some shit that she just runs away from, and responsibility and for me and with me, that she needs to stop and listen to me and stop, avoiding it. And me, she is not. I mean, she needs help. She needs support, and she needs to be pushed into the right stuff that she needs to do and want. She's got a real opportunity to get her daughter back. And I'm telling her, I can do it, and God is not going to let you down, because you've been praying and you've been asking for Him to do it. And here's your opportunity, but it is a path, and you're not going to do it easily. It is going to be a narrow way, and narrow is the way that leads to life. Not all take that path. It's hard to go through, but there is easy ways out of the destructive way that is wide in the path. That's why everybody takes that path. Me, too. This is a path that I'm trying to make for us. If you're watching and you see it, and you can trust it, I've been 3 hours and 18 minutes now just talking about Jesus and God and my love for I promise you, that is the best woman in the world, and that is my queen. She is not, she won't trust me enough at all to love me back. She thinks I'm just a failure and a letdown, and I'm never going to do anything, and I'm not important. No, I'm not special. I'm not good enough. But I am. I am, though. I want to get a chance to make it up to her. And I do not plan on letting her down. I just want her to know there was something demonic that was pushing me as I was trying to get to this point. And it was definitely something demonic. I was pushed in. No, it was not mania. It was not anything. I know that because I got a death threat now by them. Or, an option. And this is the wildest thing. I take it and think about what I want, how much, write it down, and think about my safety. It's important. When you don't focus on your safety, you put everybody else suffers. You don't want them to suffer, do you? And for some reason, they asked me. They were telling me not to worry about her, though. That's the only thing. You need to just move on from her, and she's not the most amazing woman in the world, and she's perfect and nice and funny and my everything. And there's no way in hell they would even tell me they would know she's not worth anything. She's not, like, they always try to persuade, and they're threatened by her. And how the hell do they even know her? I am not going to let her down. I'm not going to give up on her. I'm not abandoning her, and I'm not going to do anything. But I want her to know it would have been so fucking easy, and I probably should, and the offer's still on the table. Maybe not now. But I'm trying to tell her something in this. Do you know how that must give you some real hope and joy out of what they already are terrified you're going to never resist? They cannot understand it. They're terrified. They think we are working together behind the scenes. But I'm telling you, they're giving us. They will do. They do not want to go in courtrooms with you and me, because it is something they have to have happen to them, or they'll keep doing it. If you don't, they're going to keep doing it. And I don't want you for any other reason, but because the reason I love you. It's not love bombing, for God's sakes. It's not confusion. It is honestly how I feel, and you should want it. Are you that messed up that you don't see how confused you are yet? Then everybody's going to think I'm not crazy anymore, and you are. But it's my opportunity to show everybody how and mind you, I had accidentally in my hair. I got a little bit more than just, super hot. I like to think I stand up for, standing up for your woman and fighting for your woman and, showing yourself looking stupid. Making sure she gets tagged and everything so everybody sees her and goes to her, and as I'm growing in, so she can grow, and I'm giving her comments so everybody can see how crazy I am, and also to confess myself. I confess on there because I was like, I gotta do this, and I just started pouring my soul out and heart and feelings while being tortured in my mind, by demonic forces that were preventing me from seeing her the way I was supposed to see her, as God wanted me to see her. When I saw her, God in her is when I saw her. altogether. I just knew it was something I wasn't seeing on her that was not right. So I would think, oh, she's crazy. She's playing, or she's doing something other than she's saying. And when I figured out what she was saying was really about idiot, I was able to say, okay, well, I did fall in love. I did see you. So God did tell her to tell me stuff. And I did hear it the way God wanted me to. The way God wanted me to. And it was all because of her, not me. That I got them so pissed off and scared that they're threatening me by doing it. I poked the bear. I gave them a taste of their own medicine. I made them paranoid, worried, to make another obvious illusion that if you would know, I'm not of this world, peasant. I can see because she told me how to get back to where I was at, needing to be with God, so I could see how the world is so easy when you're not of this world, peasant. And you undeniably have no 100% time, 100% doubt, no doubt in your mind. You 100% know how things are going to go. And when they are lying about the blatant, obvious play they're doing a move on you, you're not equipped in the courts and how bad people work, because you've never been like in jail and courts like I have. It's a lot different when you got the court against you like I did, and my paid lawyer saying there's no letter and shit. But Zeke said it's a letter. Anyway, you know how things work, and you know how they operate, and you know how to beat them when you know that. And I know I need you because I love you and I want you, and I know God told me to do this. And I know maybe this is what he took, but it needs to not be held in anymore. I have no limit on what I can do with God now. And he's been giving me that push. It's not insanity. It's not crazy. You can hear it, you the people. It's been getting confused as something else though, hasn't it? And I do have some substance problems. And I still struggle. But I'm saying you can see it. Maybe. I've been getting played. And they've been playing me. And now that you recognize I've been getting played, what about the things I'm telling you about serious things that never should be not taken serious, but are not taken serious, and they are not hiding it anymore. And I have them beat. But my wife, I want my wife to love me, and love me. That's it. Because I need her, and I need her to get her up out of the place she's in. And it's not something that I'm trying to rush to moving anything. I'm saying we hang out every once in a while, I get some sex, and you allow me to promise you this on social media is something I've been outside of your phone number. That's your terms. I call one time, I text one time, not nonstop, not every other day. And I will and I can do that, and I'll show you that. You just got to trust me. I didn't know there was something I was supposed to do that was gonna fix something that I could tell was just, you were just misinformed about me. So bad. It was blatantly obvious when I figured you out. I didn't know you. I didn't see you. And when I didn't recognize you, and when I didn't know you, I looked back and I was able to see, okay, because I could see you now. I see you now and I can recognize how you were. And then I can recognize also how you are now. And I could recognize everything for what it was worth. When I did that, I was like, well, you didn't really do that bad things to me. No matter what. Yes, you were in the wrong. You don't do that to me, but you don't. And you were misled by ungodly men, like a pastor. And whether you like it or not, that is how the marriage works. But I would like to earn the right to have the opportunity to make you want to actually marry me, and I'll change mine now. I want to change my last name. Joseph Fortune. Your mom stole it because it sounded cool anyway, and we'll start the dynasty. And I mean it. This is not all talk. This is hope. I need encouragement. I need you to encourage me to let me know I'm doing the right things I'm doing. It's scary. And it's not something that I think you really have a gravity on how bad it is that I'm having to do these, because I feel so, I wasn't taken serious enough to do anything. No one had any fear of me. No one worries about me doing anything I can do to them, because they know there's nothing I can get past. I can't get past a certain, because they obviously, and they are in somehow, or they're like it, or it is something, and it is something demonic, and it is something, I promise Satan is terrified right now, and I hope I scare the hell out of him, and I do. He can't do a fucking thing to me physically, let alone, now. And that is scary, because now I crossed them in a level that already they couldn't stand, that I wouldn't give up, just like you. I crossed them because now I'm going to end them. And all I'm doing is what they illegally do to everybody, and have no problem doing it. And it's because you're not educated on how the court works that you'll never be able to beat them in the court. If you only knew, Jennifer, how easy you could. But you're never going to know it. And you never would have knew it. And I'll tell you over this, and then you give away the information for them to listen to it. And then they hear these things and they got something to worry and prepare for to stop it. And it ruins your chance at doing it because you're not seeing me. You're supposed to desire me. You're supposed to want me. You're supposed to make me feel like the man I am. You won't do that. You prevent me from helping you. You're supposed to, like, I am God's gift to women now. You're supposed to. I got a job now. I'm a YouTuber. I am getting money for it now. So listen. I got something going. I'm doing something here. And that's my other point. If y'all agree with this and y'all like what I'm doing and what I'm trying to do out of this, then please subscribe. And then not just subscribe, share it and tell, say, this man needs to be heard. Listen, if you love Jesus, you wouldn't not go and subscribe to this man. Make it that blatantly, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to not just say that, because you need to blatantly say that, because you need to say it because they don't respect the fact that they're going to overlook it, and they're not going to pay attention to what you say about somebody needing help with Jesus. They're not going to listen. And they're my brothers and sisters. How dare they? You say you don't know Jesus, and he's never going to forgive you, and you will go to hell if you do not subscribe. That's how you work, because it has to be said like that. If anybody's going to listen to the things I'm saying and take them into account, they're going to have to do radical things. And we need radical messages to our brothers and sisters, so they know it is not okay the way we just kind of pass over all this stuff. And we overlook it, and we prevent ourselves from being the way we would be powerful. And then we also overlook that we have been getting played everywhere in the world, especially in America. And if we don't do something, what is going to happen to his church? Do you see the way you got all these freaks with titties and fucking, they got a cock on, and they got a cock, and they're in Sunday school, in going to schools and shit. If you had the power to understand, you could say those things, and you do not have to be apologetically sorry for saying them, because you have the authority to say it, and you should be able to respect it. They understand that I don't give a fuck what they think. I don't give a fuck what anybody has a problem with me saying. And I hope it is offensive, you freak. You're an abomination. For real. I'm sorry I said that. I don't care what happens to them. Because I don't have a problem saying it. Because I don't know if it says that, but who cares? I don't feel that it's going to give him any chance of not ever hearing Jesus' love. For God's sakes, I don't think he's going to a church in his life. There is a transgender man that is a follower and is my brother. And he got his taken. When he made the decision to take it off, he regretted every bit of it. And his name is D. I hope he's still alive. I haven't seen him in a long time, but I'm making a point here. That man's cool. he was on a podcast a long time ago. I talked to him, man. He's a cool dude. And I'm saying there is people out there that need you to stand up for them before they make choices like that they're going to regret. And I need them to know I'm standing up for them. And it is not going to be okay for people to not be radical in the message to know it's time for change. It's time for doing things different, and we're standing up for them, and we're not gonna make them feel like we're not gonna stand up and fight. And we forget them. We don't know, we know exactly what we're doing, and we know exactly what we're doing is right. I got good people in my family. They just don't know me, don't know what I'm going through, because I lost communication with them. I've got people in Christian metal bands that, I could have honestly talked to people about help that I undeniably know they would have come running to help me if they would have known anything about my situation over the years, and they haven't. And I need to make it up, and I need to be the brother I'm supposed to be, because I don't take that lightly, and I do not think anyone's actually listening and actually paying attention. If it gets the message out, you have the potential to get me exposure, give me credibility, get me the success that I've been robbed of, give her at the same time, because I'm going to pick her up. If I'm going to make this big one way or another, and when I do, I'm going to stop making contact if I have to make sure she stays with the same number of subscribers. That is how I'm doing it. I need to do this, not for any other reason other than I have to fight. I'm not worried about capitalizing on one of the numerous lawsuits that are already won the moment me and her go put them in. But I've got serious problems here because of it. I also know this is the right thing to do. This is the right message, and it's the right thing that no one's telling anybody. I know that you believe it. I know you feel it. I know you hear it. And I bet you there's people on here that ain't even, how many of y'all have tuned in, you don't even know Jesus. You didn't even know if you'd like him. You never even knew you would ever respect him. But you have gotten him, sort of. At least you can agree that you like it. It's cool a little. The Bible stories I told you about Elijah, that sounds pretty badass, don't it? That's the way we're supposed to be, but we're not. And when we forget things, to add things into the context, we don't ever give it its just due. I've been talking, I'm thirsty. We don't ever give it, like I was saying, with Jesus' half-brother was, James, and he wrote, James. If you read it, he's like, you're like the man that looks into the mirror, then looks away and forgets his face instantly. Think about how many giant forest fires have been caused by little small sparks. The tongue is a flame. It'll set your whole life on fire. With the same tongue, we praise God. And with it, we curse man. You cannot tame the tongue. We've tamed all other animals, lizards, but you cannot tame the tongue. It is the heart that is the problem, not the tongue. It's from the inside, Jesus said. He tells you, paints pictures, and James's book is my favorite, one of my favorites. It's by Ezekiel James, my son. They're my do favorite books, because that's about nothing, but you gotta get some pep in your step. This is not okay. Just running around thinking God's gonna do something for you and not do something about it. We met, and I mean, Paul was also. He says anybody that doesn't work they go in the church, he's denied the faith, and he's worse than an infidel. I've been doing that, and I did deny the faith, and I'm telling you, I'm employed now, but I need to get the ball rolling, because I can't even get a job parking cars right now. I've lost my license for an accident. And it is not mine. I did not cause any of those things. They were pushed on me. I was in the hospital that night. I left the hospital because I had to be told I needed to get my, ass out after that district wanted me gone, because I was trying to get some sleep after leaving the hospital after getting CAT scan. So I got in the car, fell asleep. I almost fell asleep a bunch of times. Pulled in 7-Eleven, put it in park. Oh, after I get some stuff out. Oh, there's another jurisdiction. Click. I'm like, man, oh man. I thought I was on bond. I thought I was going back to jail. They were gonna say I was intoxicated, OD charge. My family member that owned the car, but whatever. I'm joyriding. I had to be in there because I fell off anyway. And my hand was swollen shut. Now I was hoping to get some pain pills. I didn't do it. Trying to, but my first time in since. Anyway, my hand was this big, and I was not going through a good time. I'm not getting into it. I ran into that officer over 7 times that week. He kept thinking I was retarded, and I didn't know what was going on, but he was also bitching, trying to make fun of me, and I'm going to remind you what he said. Should tell you everything you need to know about how these people are pieces of shit. Because I ain't talked about the Lord in a long time. How you doing, Joe? Talking about the Lord? Hey, I never put it into account then. What in the hell? But he's obviously telling me, of an old Joe that was, 12 years, that was a good man, that was a good person, and I was in the churches, and I was going to food banks and food pantries, and I was helping every single person I could do, and I gave so much to charities and homeless people and sought out to do good things. And you're making fun of me because you think you're more intelligent than me, and you're all pushing me around because you think I'm stupid, but you're also making me look like the person in the other end of my house is saying I am, and you know it, and you're causing obvious problems. And then they make me drive, and I'm driving, and I'm falling asleep because I'm exhausted, because I found nothing. I gave misleading information sometimes on purpose, but anyway. I'm driving up on and I'm finally falling asleep, but they have been forcing me to go fast, kind of, and I'm like. Mind you, I have aphasia. I lose language disability now, but it's caused from just a bang on the head, or most of the time stroke or something. I couldn't go to the hospital because they freaked out. They freaked out because I was on the way home, and they knew they was fucking at fault. They won't let me go to the hospital. They scare me into, going back to the house I'm not supposed to be at, and then they get my family member so they can get some dirt on me to convince her to sign the ticket, so she can't get a ticket without she can't fix the car without, and the, you know, the insurance without a ticket, you know. And anyway, well, they were so sure that she was gonna sign the, you know, so they didn't have to go into open court and, you know, be blatantly, obviously guilty of. Well, it didn't go well for me. That I also was, you know, in jail for another thing that they were about to get busted for. That they witnessed my mom sign a letter in her name as my son, and everybody, and the police saw her do it, and they set up when I lost my son, and it's on my record, and I was accused of strangling him, which is ironic that I would be accused of something that we obviously train, you know, and we don't hide from it. It would be, you know, he's a fighter. Anyway, it was for custody. Anyway, I got the police running into me over and over and over and over and over. Every time it's worse and worse, and then you wouldn't believe the neglect, and they have left me. I don't want to explain it any worse than they left me to die. In a recent, they thought my head was so messed up because I couldn't walk right. I couldn't do anything in the freezing cold. While they said, "We'll come back, we got you." When they realized they couldn't arrest me because they had caught a time where they had arrested me this year, and it wasn't a call made about it, reported. Yet I'm being arrested for it. When they realized I had dysphagia, and now I can't be treated with the communication problem. I was being treated wrongly and badly, and I got, obviously, I would say the police helped me, but then this is the problem. I got, you know, my defense lawyer was crooked. He said there was no letter. Well, my son admits it is, and there's a video of it, him saying it. You can tell his dad's innocent, and he wrote the note for me. Well, I shouldn't have deleted it. I didn't delete it. There's a disturbing video of everybody can see it. I had them on live on my Instagram, and I didn't make it public anymore because I don't want to even talk about it the whole argument. But you can watch the whole thing happen and fall into place that you see me I can't deal with communicating with the police officers at all. And they were trying to let me know. And they let me know they are crooked, they are working together, and they are against me, and they are trying to take me down. They just want the reason, you know, and they were anticipating on me screwing up. That's why they put me in the arms of, you know, during probation. You know, I was put into the Henrico mental health, and it was obvious something was not right because I was getting blatant obvious bad ideas. And I'm not being too mean, but I'm saying there are, not all of them, but there are bad people. And they've done it to me over and over and over. But they were only mistaken that I was not stupid. Like, I knew what they were doing was obviously sadistic and demonic. But I knew they had no idea about how I understood what they were doing. Was, you know, how you know, there's no way anyone else would understand it unless you have been in a mental health pod in jail and you see what they keep doing to the mental health people. Where they get, most of the time they get arrested for, you know, trespassing or something stupid, jaywalking. One guy, and he was my cellmate, and oh my God, he just talked to himself all the time. But I tell you, but he was cool, man. He was a great guy. But he had moments where he would get wild and beat himself up. But he would immediately, if he would have any problems, he would say he was suicidal, and they would help him. He would get help, but he was never, ever a violent person. As a matter of fact, he would act like he was protecting me when I got a big bag. You know, he was like, I got. So because he wanted me to feed him, and then I started giving him part of my swole, and you know, whatever. And he was like, "Thanks. You can I have some?" You know, he was always, and then he was my workout buddy in the cooler. He was, everybody. He was trying to, you know, he was being like me. And I tell you, it was a shame how many times he has been in jail. I saw his paperwork, you know, he's my cellmate, and it was just, it was like, man, y'all are doing him wrong. And he goes to, I could hear his story without even telling me the story. What was his name? Shoot, I forgot his name now. What I'm saying, my point is, that is not uncommon. That happens. And it's never a situation where they are dangerous as the people in general population. And I knew what exactly was going on was not right. It was wrong. And it was, I was just like, how in the fuck are y'all, you know, mental health, like y'all's jobs are like, obviously not the best choice of somebody that it seems like, you're gonna kill yourself? Ooh, tell me about how you're gonna kill yourself. It's fucking evil. And it is. It's not fake. And I know that because I got a tough insinuation if I gave them a piece of paper what I wanted, and you know, I need to focus on my health right now because everybody suffers if I don't focus on my health, you know? I ain't crazy. I'm crazy. But you can't even contact my local authorities because of it. It's the same county. But listen to what I have been saying. They've been making everything I've been doing look crazier than me. Being me. And there's no crimes I'm doing, and there's no things I'm doing that are dangerous against my health, or there's nothing I've said that will lead you in the direction that I'm not inspired by God, and I'm not speaking His word, and I'm not making sure everybody understands. I have been trying to get my story to get going, and no one has been able to hear it. No one listens. No one helps. And it's a shame. And it's the same thing Jennifer is not seeing. They don't hear her story because she's been indoctrinated by dweebs. Just, what are the police going to learn? She's calling the police on me like a dork. Like, bragging about calling the police on me. Like, yeah, you want people to know about that? Like, you don't know that's not something you do. You openly tell people you snitched on me and shit. You snitching on me. Right. She's my bitch though, alright? I know it's not because she's a dweeb and she's not snitch. She's just telling what she's been living, what kind of man she's been with. And I did do that. I snitched on her for something she didn't even do because, well, she was being a little bit too much. She did too much when she was crossing the line, trying to take Zeke or whatever. And I was just broken and hurt. And, you know, I was so hurt. And anyway, she thought she was acting like she was on the phone with the police, but she was on the phone with Zach. And I said, oh, fuck no. And I was wanting to forcefully beat her down, cruelly. And I said, fuck. And I stopped myself and started punching myself in the face. And I called the police on her because I was like, fuck that. Because I wouldn't do anything for her to be that cruel and mean blatantly to me. And she was taking advantage that I was just a weak man then. But it's just because she was trying to get a rise out of me anyway. Trying to get me to do something, I guess. Because I won't. And I think that's why she picked a weak man. Because she was giving me an opportunity to beat somebody up that I could maybe win in a fight on. I don't know. I don't know. But when I did that, it messed her up because it. And she knows. Oh man. It was something that she would have came back to me and she would just. She knows and she said it. She had to stay then because she can't. And she just gave up on me because of that altogether. She couldn't come back. And then she was on a tear because of what I did. She wanted me to pay. Well, she was also, what was it? You know, she was also going through severe postpartum in a marriage that she was unhappy with me. She was going to leave anyway before Zeke was even, you know, and then she got pregnant as she was on the way kind of out, and she came back. And I gave her nothing whatsoever to give her what I could. If I wasn't suppressed. And really it was just because I was, you know, just one man. I just didn't have, you know, my manhood. But I was good in the bedroom, and that's my point with her is she gave up on me, she had to give up sex. Because like I said, when the illusion can't hide that a narcissist can do on your head, can't fake what it can do to that pussy. You know what I mean? And I know that. She doesn't even recognize it. And that's why I'm telling her, God brought you it back. He's giving you what you need. Anyway, what you want. Think about what you want. I've been inspired and not driven by anything in this whole ordeal, but I was trying to get her back at all costs. I was telling her whatever I could, and I was showing her, and hoping she would just hear me and listen finally. And I tried to understand her, and I couldn't understand her without knowing, recognizing her, God in her. So then I kept seeing how great I was loving everything about her, and when I look at it, I can see that everything happens for a reason. I really believe it. I needed to see her the way I see her now, because I didn't love her the way I would have loved her now, because I wouldn't have been able to love her like I love her now, because she did the same thing for me. She ruined sex, sort of. She did. Because she was the best thing I could dream of in sex. And any woman and all the women in town. No. And I'll just, even if I did, which it ain't far-fetched, how they ain't not compare to her. They're not her. They're not good as her, and they ain't worth her. And they don't want me to come back like I do with her. And they don't have it. And they're not good. But it was robbed when I didn't have masculinity, even though our sex was good. Great, at best. But I didn't have the ability to even do things like that right. Because I was not right. I was good because I got a big one. I didn't have, like now, the freaky things that's going to be done to her, she has no idea. She don't know and recognize me. She doesn't. So in 2 days when I come over there, if she doesn't come or call, and I'm going to drag her behind the tool shed, and I'm going to take her against her will. Now she'll come and she'll fall in line. And I don't care how much she screams, "Oh God, please stop!" No, I would say, does it look like it's getting soft? I think it's getting harder. And I'm going to take her 6 ways from Sunday. And I'm telling you, afterwards she'll snap out of there. The devil can't do that. This can fix it. God is telling me to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm telling you, I'm going to do it. The truth is, she wouldn't. She wouldn't. That's the wildest thing. She needs it, and I want her to do that for. I will do that if I didn't have to be so god dang scared that she might call afterwards, but she won't. She wouldn't call. She wouldn't. My point is, she doesn't know I would be able to do that to her. Take her like that. And it would blow her mind. And I'm telling her, if I wasn't in the predicament, I would do it. So mercilessly. I would not even show her anything. And afterwards, I'd just leave. And she would love it. And people are so blinding. God's love is trying to tell you something. Read Song of Solomon. You don't know that a woman wouldn't like that. You don't think a woman deserves that kind of man, like, to be taken and, after all that because you don't see all the things. Might be a little different if you look at it through your Bible glasses and not the world. You'll see things. It's important. Make your woman feel like a woman, and also you remind her while having the ability to not cross it, but have sex that's nothing but just crazy dirty. And love and only understand how you can do that with somebody you love. Because I'm not gonna get dirty and freaky like that with these bitches. And I can tell you, it's not hard, and it's easy. And that's why she got mad in December, because she saw me with that Mexican girl. But I just met her at the gas station. I don't have to work, and I don't try. But that girl, I didn't even finish. I told her I did. She asked me to. I didn't. You know why? It wasn't the size of her boobs. It wasn't her big booties, just Mexican booty. It wasn't really love. And it wasn't good. It wasn't what I didn't want to. That's what she wanted. I wanted to at the moment, and then I'm like, not doing it. And if you understand that I can almost certainly make her feel uncomfortable with me. The woman was enjoying what surprise she got out of what I could do to her. And I told her that's what had got her. I just met her. I told her it was big, and she didn't believe it. And then she believed it then. And she told me afterwards. And you don't have to ask a woman if they finish if you're good. And it's funny because I know because I was not a man that was desired to got something like that from a beautiful woman like that so easily. Whenever most of the time I ask for something, leads to it. Well, when I wasn't secure in myself, I recognized a change in the women's reactions and enjoyment went crazy. And I recognized, oh my God, I've been giving myself to these, I've been giving them that is hers. And they don't deserve it. And they don't, they should be happy they ever got to get it. I know what I'm going to do to her now. The way I am is going to make sure she knows how much she loves me. Because she will. I have no doubt I will. And that's why I'm able to tell you the details honestly. I'm being able to be open about something that would be shame, something you don't want to admit and say. By saying it. And she knows it anyway, because that's why I recognized she maybe loves me again, or loves me still, or is mad. Because I think she was mad at me in December when she was calling me a stalker and stuff. And because she put a video up and she was really crying. And the kind of crying that lets you know you are so bad, you piece of shit, that I said, oh shit, you saw me. And I didn't know that, anyway. But I will remind her if she did, when she was parked by the gas station, and when she saw me at the gas station and saw how easily I met the girl, that's how easy. And that's what you got. It's the same thing as you got that man that could do that. You didn't know that. You couldn't recognize me like that. And I want to give her that too. Because that's something that I can promise you is important in society right now that is not done in the church. It's taught about that. You need to admit it and say it, but you don't talk about it because you don't have it. None of y'all are doing a damn thing for your wives. None of y'all are really giving her what it feels like to be a dirty little slut. You're a dirty little slut, though. The dirtiest. They need to know about it. You don't think they don't want to be? Huh? No. They don't want to have you, take them to sex stores and get some cool shit. Okay. They don't want that. They don't want quickies all over the place. They don't want to know. They don't have to worry about you looking at other women and looking at porn. So you remind them by, making them sit on you and rub their pussy in front of your face, and you do it with your hand so you can remind her. I forsake all of them, and I can finish with you. We're not very hard. I don't need porno. You're mine, and I like when I see you. You dirty little slut. There's an importance here that I can connect things that I couldn't do before. My heart was in the right direction, but now it's in the right place. Song of Solomon talks about the same things I'm saying about being his dirty little slut. Exactly like I'm saying about how he's going to drink the nectar out his drink down his mouth. I'm like, and she said, I'm just nothing but my skin. I'm dark and beautiful, but I'm nothing more than white trash. And he's like, I don't, and he's like, tells her when he talks, he's like, I don't care about all these women. I got all these concubines to just give it to me whenever I want. That's their job, is to just have a bow butt and take it and be it whenever I want. Just live around here in the paradise and wear all the makeup and all that. But you work in the yard. You hard working. That's what it means when she says, I'm dark and beautiful. Dark, as in she works in the field. That's her. She works. That's why she's dark. The other ones are pale. That's something you overlook. What she's saying, and he's telling her, you are way better. You're the best. You are, and that's the truth by Jennifer. And she knows it too, because I could tell that she wants to have sex with me bad. She just doesn't want me to confuse her and trap her, and well, she's worried about her feelings because she knows she's gonna love it. I'm just trying to help her. Make sure I want her to know I'm not gonna fall back into my old patterns, and I will respect her wishes and space. And whatever she wants to do, I'll do. If she don't want me to come back, don't want to go on other dates. But all I know is she has to let me be able to fuck her. To be close enough, and I'll be able to fix it, what she needs, and she doesn't know that that's what God is telling her. It's okay. So she can't come to terms with that, whatever it be. Something he wouldn't say. And it's that reason the two become one flesh. And they move away from the parents. The two become one flesh. As in, they have sex. Then that's what connects you as one, the sex. That is your precious, precious gift that I'm giving you. In my holy marriage is sex. That is the reason you have a marriage. Plain as day. You have the marriage for that joy, and that joy only, and never, ever, ever let it get, to where you're not getting everything you need in the bedroom. If you're being okay, real good, and good, like it was, you said the best you ever had. But, I know it was, but it wasn't like it is now, and will be now. And, well, it's really cool that Jennifer didn't, screw everybody, because she was with Dweeb, and he messed her head up, and she doesn't like anybody with high numbers. And, well, I'm not. I know I'm not with any disease or anything, but I don't know how to. I'm not going to lie about anything that she would ask me, and I'm going to tell her you shouldn't just ask me because it's not something important. What I'm telling you is that the importance is I'm not lying, and I'm going to be brutally honest, and I'm making I'm helping you understand a little bit of why you're hearing me say it. And while I say it to everybody. If you don't tell them, your feelings, and you don't be brutally honest with them, they think, you can't possibly be love bombing them, I guess. I'm not. I'm saying that's how I feel, and that's when I feel. And I fought for something I really do agree with. And I think you don't know that, and you never knew that. And I think you're surprised that you know that, and you feel good about that. And you like hearing that, and you do like it. And I know you do, because I never got a chance to tell you. And I never get over it. It just is nice to know she hasn't. And she was with dweebs. But it was good to know that she's still not turn up. She's not ruined for me, because she was with dweeb, and he never could do it for her in the bedroom like me. And that's what I robbed from her. I took away her ability to ever have good sex again, and not take that seriously important thing that she doesn't know about herself into consideration. That is something you look into when you find a nice man, or any man, and you don't let a man crawl on, and you don't let a man put his dick in that, my pussy, the best pussy, mine, because I don't have to tell you, the town ain't what you got. You should be with tall, giant dweebs. With dweebs, idiots, weak men. You got a strong man chasing you, following you, mad over heels. 4 hours and 21 minutes on Jesus, talking about what he's finally able to say is something that I can say with authority, and promise you it's not going to mislead you into the wrong way of getting you to believe something. I'm saying sex is non-stop throughout the Bible, and it is a blessing. It is something that's ran away from by people in God's church, and you caused it to be a problem. It's a problem in society now. Look at what's going on and what's allowed, man. It's allowed because nobody realizes if it was good and you liked it, and you loved each other, you satisfied each other, and you gave each other good, you would stay. You'd stick around. You'd wait till you're married. You would actually, if you waited, as in, if you knew that the girl knew he's not going to run away if you don't give it. Make out with him. But be strong. You're going to be able to outlast him. But if you can't stand it, he's got something going for him. Get married, and then y'all will have it. What in the fuck is wrong with people in society that says, don't do that? If she chose a man based on him being decent, and he was giving her what she needed and desired so longingly, and he finally got the pussy that he's going to be whipped to. Pussy whipped? Really quickly. Really quick. Well, it wouldn't be blatantly honest that you don't see things the way I do, because I'm not of this world. And the world works like right now by being weird, and no powerful, strong men are really the successful thing in my area. It's all weak pussies that are not masculine men that are already in positions of power, and they're not, and they're holding down strong men. I see it, and they're ruining stronger men, and I cannot deny it. It's something I'm having happen. It's blatantly, I saw it. I've had it happen. I'm not I mean, I guess I am crazy, though. I'm manic, remember? I'm just a psychopath. I am. It is ruining decisions that we should be making based on wrong things. Like, I don't know. Oh, it can't be because he's a weak man, probably. And that's why he's got power and he's being a weak person. Like they are holding down the people that stole his prom date, like me. And because of it, you don't come to terms with the girl that's out of his league most of the time is not doing it, like she's not liking what she's getting done. And I'm the pool boy. And I promise you, you can have all, and I've done that twice. You can have a lot of money here, have a lot of money, and I get it. I'll get it. They come to me. They will leave you, and I don't have to have any money. But I wasn't like that until I lost my manhood, and I found it. And I found it after being a fighter, becoming a fighter. I had to prove myself. And, well, I see things a lot different now. And anyway, the importance of me being able to confidently say that that's what she needs. She needs me to take care of my pussy. Is not something you should run away from or be uncomfortable that I'm saying. Is something God would want you to maybe encourage to not talk like that, but in that way. But understand it is important. I'm saying it because, quite frankly, it's not something that you want to ever do to a woman is make her just so. You need to take her by storm, man. Take her. Let her tie you up sometimes and just beat it on you. Whatever, I don't know. Maybe put it up your butt. I'd let Jennifer, maybe if it was small, we start small. But she's the only one I will. I will lick her butthole. If she showers and stuff, I've only put my mouth on her. I don't kid you. It's something. It's all right. I'll lick her butt just to show her. Let her know. You have this. There's something to be said. You have to get it wet before you. And it's if you don't, she's not gonna. She'll enjoy it and like it, but that's like I did. She loved it. But it's also because I got a big one. I got a big one, but I didn't do anything outside of it, but have potential, and I gave her what looked, on outside. I was the right length and height. I was plumpness, and she enjoyed it. But she never got taken behind the tool shed, taken 6 ways from Sunday in a passionate way that she would understand. I'm not. I mean, I am in 2 days, but I really am. I'm coming in 2 days. When I come, do not think I'm playing. I'm not. But if I have to come, you don't call me first or text me, then I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Don't think I'm not. Anyway, I'm sorry. I really am. I think the funny thing is, it's something she is surprised that I would say them too. She's not used to me saying things like that, talking dirty to her. It's because, it's just how love will change things that are good. You know what I mean? Better. It makes you able to just be yourself. You know what I mean? It makes you just completely, I love you. And I'm doing, and show you, you know, you understand it better than you would if you were just not in love, though. You wouldn't be able to say that I'm going to do this, I'm going to like this, and know what they probably know. Like, I sent her a video playing on myself like 2 or 3 times. I was out of my mind, though. I wanted to remind her about it. And I do private message YouTube videos with the view count. You know, you can see how many times she sees it. I tag her in it. And she saw it more than once, but she noticed that's what I could see. And I know what she did was take the phone she got and she recorded so she could see it more than one time, over and over. And then only other one she turned on was one view. It was the one where I had it whipped out. And she wants to pretend that I don't know she did that. To act like that, you were just checking to see if the whole video, the size, because you saw it was me. And I know exactly what you like, you dirty little hoe. I know it. And it's okay. It's okay. Because I'm telling you, I'm standing on authority. That know that is what you're supposed to want. And you're supposed to like it. You're supposed to get your stalker dick. And everybody hearing it should know how bad it would be if you would overlook anything that I've said is misleading you into thinking that, oh, I don't know, the Song of Solomon isn't enriched in telling you how to do it and want to do it and should do it, and by the smartest man who ever lived. Mind you, what was it that Bathsheba had that all the other ones didn't? He had more than one wife, but why was Bathsheba because that was his hoe, man. That was his dirty, that was his slut. He was being a peeping Tom, wasn't he? And she reminded him, too, because she hated him. If you can tell, she was being a drunk little sour bitch. And she was like, you look like a bitch in front of everybody, like a pussy, dancing, when he was dancing for God. She was his freak that he liked and got. And it was on sex. It wasn't on, anything else. And mind you, it maybe started bad, but it was the one that Solomon came out of. It's got to be something said that you got to understand that's the same person that wrote Song of Solomon. It's almost mind-blowing that I'm able to be this smart, ain't it? So it's almost like you would think that I'm telling you something that you need to come call me and come get this tick. Shh, I'm just kidding. It's Christian. It really is. I wouldn't do anything that would be disturbing in what he would tell. He says it's better for somebody. If anyone leads any of these little ones away from me, it's better for them to have a milestone around their neck and thrown into the lake. It is not something you take lightly. And I don't see my God as being a little weakling, because I couldn't see him when I thought so. Now I do. And I promise you, if you are not encouraged or inspired to take your wife and you have the most deprived, dirty sex, I mean, stick it in her butt, man. Don't even ask. But turn her on first. Make her feel more sexy. Smack her and then, bitch her down a little. Or maybe, that's your problem in the marriage. She's bitching you down. She's being a bitch. Put her in her place. Make her make you a sandwich, man. Be a man. I promise you they like it. It's not bad if you're a good, strong man. If you're not, you could be a violent man and you're gonna beat them, you know. But if you do it, you know, right, they will enjoy it. They won't, you know. I can't tell you enough how I was blessed that it was sex that me and her loved it, because it was very good. It was very, and she wanted to get married. We had sex, but then she wanted to get married first, and then we were gonna, so we could have sex again. Because I wanted to have sex really bad all the time, and I couldn't, you know. But that's when we started when she let me. But we were still sticking to what was right about no pornography. But no, we did that. And we made it like 5 months. And well, I made it 5 months, and we got married the next day. I asked him to do it because I wanted to, and I took her, and I didn't take her, and I didn't do her right. But in that, she had a rock star dress. It was like a rock star movie star. Only my queen could pull off a black mini skirt with, and I don't have pictures anymore, but and these not tassel things, but it was like really, and she had her blonde hair, and she had a lot of makeup like a hoe. I like it, and the eyeliner, and the tips were black, and she had blonde, and I've lost the photos, but anyway, I had the photos. Anyway, it was something, you know, I didn't cherish and tell her how it was, how she was, and to me, it meant to me, or was to me, and I didn't have the ability to do it. I didn't know if I could even do it, because I wasn't really even, my power struggle was weird in my household. It was bad, really. It was horrible marriage, and it was never loved, ever. I never saw a man, and it was never the way you would never understand how it is. I only learned how to when I was in a great relationship with the great girlfriend I had. But I learned how it works and how to have a good, healthy, fun relationship. But with her, I never gave her a good hardcore pounding. I never choked her, never slapped her up. But I was repressed because I didn't have the ability to feel like I'm in love with you, baby, till I could show her. And, you know, it was so bad that I had Zeke with her, and Zeke was identical to her in the way he acts. Not, you know, it's no denying it. He, in his temperament, he's quiet. He's nice. He's not a bad. He's really sweet. He's a great. His heart is so good. And it was us being so cool, and him loving me so much and he looks so up to me, and I'm a man now. So he loves me, and I see him love me so much and look up. I knew, and she doesn't know about me and his relationship being so good. She hasn't seen that. That's the icing on the cake. She doesn't know about me being the father that I am, but that's another story. Anyway, that's a different topic and story, but she doesn't know. She thinks the complete opposite. She thinks I ain't done shit. She don't know shit. She kind of does, but she don't. And that's just something she would get. I didn't want to put him in the middle like I've done once or twice with Zeke's, acting like it was Zeke, and it was mean though. And anyway, that was when I hated her and I wanted her to be hurt and I thought she was crazy. I did bad things to her, but she was also not understanding. We were also hating each other for things. She was causing problems for me. She don't know. And that's a problem I have with her. She's going to need to know that. She's going to have to make it up to me when she does come or I go over there. She needs to make it up to me. You let me down in that way. And I don't think you can. I don't think it'll ever be right if you can't figure it out. Because you're supposed to fall mad in love. Not the way you've made it in fact, obviously I can't overlook. But the idea is I know when I do give her everything she's ever dreamed of, everything she's ever wanted, everything she needs, she's gonna fall. I know. People don't underestimate it. I promise you. And I can honestly say it is right. It's something smart she's doing though, because she got confused by me from the start when I took her virginity. We hung out for the first time, and she didn't know how easy she gave it up. Was not me not noticing how she's kind of did her household, and she didn't, even well, she fought, but I did accidentally force my way. I always force my way, but I noticed she didn't even care that she lost it, really, and I kissed her. Right? I was her first kiss, dude, and she never even had a boyfriend. We're 17, and she's beautiful, but it wasn't ungodly tight about that much. And it sucks that I was with her identical twin. That did love me, and I'm big. Everybody's tight to me, but she was. She made me work at least. Yeah, she made me work for it. I wasn't like that easy, but she loved me too, and she didn't know exactly what I was doing at the time. Was out of. I felt like she was pathetic at the time. Like, what is wrong with you? You're helpless out here. You don't have oh my God. And I felt bad, and I said I'll stay and try, because I liked her kisses, and her lips felt pretty cool. Anyway, she thought it was because I got a virgin and all this. No, I had been with multiple virgins, and that it wasn't fun until a year and a half when I finally took her out for a spin. And she knew. She knows. She probably remembers the time. That was, when, oh, cool. Awesome. And that was when I was like, oh my God, yes. I got a freak a little, but she never admits at the times that she was enjoying all of it. She enjoyed every bit of it. She never asked me to get off her, even after 4 hours straight. She never, and yeah, multiple times, 4 hours, probably more than that. She doesn't know. She knows what she had. Dog, I had her behind for hour, and while I rubbed it, the whole time for, it's important that if you satisfy her, you get satisfied better, and you enjoy it when you know you're getting it, you're good, and you know what you're good at. You don't understand how somebody will fall in line and stay. She did 8 years for nothing else. 9 years. And the other guys was a narcissist that it was an illusion that she couldn't satisfy. I did what I did is I tried to prevent her from having to be around a real dangerous man like me that does those things. Like I did to her identical twin, who I hoe trained, never kissed in the mouth, but I had her madly head over heels in love with me, and she's a great. I love her. Julie's strong and powerful in my butt for real, because I never came to her to ask her to help me out, but she's the only sister that's helped her, in my opinion. And it was not nice what I did to her. But anyway, I didn't know I got the evil twin, but I'm telling the business because it's important. She doesn't know that's something that's people are not, embarrassed for you about, or embarrassing that happened, because it was something that teenagers, and I'm like a rock star full of guy, and I'm got these twins, and I'm friends with them, and Jennifer though didn't even like me. She didn't. I won't shit. she called me a pussy all the time. I never had to hide from who I was. I knew she knew who I was. So I didn't. I loved her because I knew she knew me. And got me. None of my bullshit would work, so I wasn't, I didn't like it, how she would honestly try to, she didn't have a man a lot of times, like that, well, I would never have done any of this. I never would have came on here. I never would be open. I wouldn't take. I wouldn't fight for her honor. I wouldn't, be the man I'm trying to be, or trying to be, that I am, because I couldn't be the man. And I know she's starting to recognize, she already has, I'm not faking the confidence and the manliness, but I've confused her in insanity, being led in bad directions. But I've been 4 hours for this, because I want this video shared. I want to make sure people get out in Jesus' name. It will be done. And you do radical things, and we get this thing going and help my YouTube so I can grow hers. I'm going to make sure I get the word of Jesus out. I'm going to make sure other people hear this, so the next time your daughter or the girl inside your Sunday school, I want you to know I'm going to make sure she knows about sex. She knows about how to desire, how to know her worth, how to treat it very differently than it is being treated. And I promise you, if you know that I do not ever, ever, ever lie about how important the children are to me. I do not. They need this, because I'm fighting for my daughter to help protect her and to keep her from somebody like me, because her mom is going to screw up and not come help, or come to me and take me 6 ways from Sunday, and she's going to let her daughter, my daughter, not know how to help me protect her virginity like I did with her. Because she needs somebody to teach her about that being something she needs to fight for, and something she needs to cherish and know what it's worth, because she's one of her. And she is a woman that's got a high sex drive, and it's driving her crazy. She doesn't hide her arousal and hatred and arousal at me at the same time. Get away from me. She wants to be a bitch down for real. But it was holy. One thing about Jennifer, she is the most, well, it was weird. She could, I guess, bitch me down back then. But she tried it a few times, and she overstayed my crossing of me taking for the camera. I let her do it because I knew she was going to do it, and I thought maybe if I did that, it would blow off some steam before she'd put the camera down. She wasn't putting the camera down, and I had to shove her up and rough her up a little bit. I didn't punch her, but I roughed her up. I told her to beat that fucking camera out of my face. She was, oh, I did it. Oh, like she made the noise, like she enjoyed it. Because she did, but she didn't recognize it. I was trying to remind her how easily I did it. Was because you deserved it. And I'd do it again. And it's the problem in the families right now that we don't honestly see. There's nothing wrong with being a man. There's something wrong with the power struggle of not knowing that pussy needs to get satisfied right. If you don't, they're going to act like they need it. They're going to act crazy. And they're going to give you, what I did was recognize Jennifer when she needed it. And she never knew. I could tell. And that's why she was so calm all the time. Never yelled. It was kind of a problem, though. I wish she would have. But she didn't have what she has now. Now she's got interest. She's got tarot. She likes tarot cards. She likes, she's spiritual. Which I'd love her to teach me stuff about that. That'd be cool. Because I could understand it. I'm different. Not of this world. I don't know about tarot cards. I'm saying I know that God showed me himself in her. So I know she's good. She's teaching me, that I need to let her be her. Whatever she wants to do is on. But she knows the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit would never put her in wrong directions. And she likes the stargaze, and I wish she would have done things like that with me, but she was so, she liked going to tan or get her nails done, but it was nothing she showed me about interest or that she was interesting at all about anything. Now her style is a little bit different, but she's I think she also is broken and sad and misses dipshit. I don't want anyone or her to know that this is something I've been waiting for them to know. I would have never truly wanted to be with her. I never liked anything other than I just wanted to have sex with you, knowing how I am, and know that it was gonna, and then I was gonna mess your head up and hurt you, or something, and just use you. That's all I wanted before, nothing else. The way it worked out and turned out, I'm glad everything happened the way it did. And I'm glad I don't have a problem, because I needed to see you this way. Otherwise, I'm not gonna love you. I'm not gonna, you be honest, and I'm not gonna cherish you. I wouldn't have seen you like this. I don't regret it. I do mean the things I say, and I do mean them, and I don't have a problem saying them. It's not love bombing. It's not fake. I promise you, it is my love. And I will not stop. I'm gonna stalk you until I die. I promise. And remind you, ain't nobody coming motherfucking close to you, because they ain't crossing me. They ain't gonna try, because they ain't know damn well they don't stand a chance. They ain't gonna be better than me. That's why dweeb is not under the comments or in the videos and defending himself when I make fun of him. He's not a threat. Anyway, I'm glad it ended being something that I'm okay knowing that even if I don't get a chance ever again, I love the right person, and I love the person that deserves it, and I'm glad I put a ring on you. I wish you would have told me earlier that you were the person capable of being the person I see, but you wouldn't have been the person you are if you didn't. I brought her up, and that's another important point. A woman should feel sexy, and you need to show her how you know what she likes, and you know her. You can help her, by showing her, hey, I know what you like, and I also like this, and I also think you should try this, and I also thought of you when I did this. So I picked out a bunch of gifts that I personally picked out that I thought that I wanted to see her in, but I also was realistic that she's probably not gonna show me. So I got all these, and I picked out the right makeups, and they smell good. The perfume smelled good, and I picked out a bra, and I think I got the right size, but it's 3 cups bigger, so she could look bigger and feel better. And I know she likes bras because she's flat, and she puts her phone right here and puts out. Anyway, I put it on top of the roof and then ditched it. I hope she liked it and enjoyed the gifts. I hope she didn't. She's probably stupid and didn't open the bag, but she should. It's some nice gifts in there, and there's also a couple snacks. Anyway, I've been talking, and I knew I would be able to deliver this, because I got the faith in the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit burns like a wildfire, and it will not be quenched, and it cannot. Shut up. If you have your heart in line with God, you will never, ever, ever, ever stop. I'm not able to be heard ever, because my whole life, from the time I was early, I just talk and talk and talk, and I never shut up, because I never got answered. Never got respect enough to answer and hear me and listen to me. Because you need to look at somebody in order for them to know that you're listening to them. And I'm using God's gifts. Been talking and talking and talking nonstop. But I have been never more sure that it's coming out right. I have been trying everything and being misled and confused, but you can all hear it. That's why I've been so weird and crazy. That's why I am crazy. That's why I am kind of actually making sense, and there's nothing nobody will take from me. As soon as you push this video, and in the name of Jesus, anything you ask for, and when you help, I will make sure my wife is taken care of, even if it's she don't, which she probably won't. I'm gonna make sure she gets awesome gifts and stuff. I don't just leave them on top of cars. I'll make sure her daughter knows me, and she needs me. She needs me because my wife doesn't know how to play the game in courts. She doesn't know what they're doing is easy to beat because she's got me. She doesn't trust me because she doesn't know that I'm capable of doing damn thing. She doesn't think anything I say is going to be true or honest or right. And it's just going to confuse her and try to trick her. And that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm bringing her prayers, the answers to her prayers. And I'm bringing her some vengeance because they messed with my girl. And that was their mistake. And they only did it because they thought I would never come. If they did, they wouldn't have done it. I promise you, I know they're worried. You will get your everything you want will be done the way I'm gonna do it, and only I'm gonna do it. If you don't give me a chance, I can't do it, and you only got a little bit of time. And you should do it. You shouldn't maybe do what you could do and what I'm trying to. No, you're gonna do it because it's the right thing to do. I'm your husband. You're gonna listen to me. Because if you let them, you're gonna be easily. Because look what you're showing them. You're showing them you're stupid. You're also showing them Satan doesn't have to worry about Jesus the way he does now. And that's not anything I intended or would ever in a million years have ever dreamed of doing, because I don't particularly like the idea that I had to. I just did it because I had to. Because he made me. You made me. Freaking idiot. And now I'm trapped in this. He wants me to do it. And it's not easy. And it's not going to be easy. But you can hear me now. And there is a lot of spiritual stuff going on that you know about spiritual stuff. But I'm going to tell you how there is spirits around. There's spirits all over the place, and you need to take them very serious, because it is not something to play with, because it is getting me. It was getting me pulled, and it was getting me twisted, and it was weird. it was nothing that you can ever say that would tell me that that wasn't dark, and it wasn't. Obviously, it was something that was, I answer in the response to what it was like. I was in a TV screen, and then all of a sudden, I was like snapping out of it when I realized I was getting pushed away from seeing God in you. I couldn't see Jesus in you. Then I heard the Holy Spirit when you said it, and I saw it. I saw it actually in you when you said how you saw it. I saw where you were at. I saw the place you were at when you saw me, and I saw it when you asked for the path. So, anyway, if you guys would do this, it is important to do it. If you couldn't tell, I was getting twisted, obviously, by Satan and his forces. How else could you explain it? But remember, anything I say right now could be delusional, and it wouldn't make sense, right? And it would be something that would discredit me, and I've been too crazy to even take serious. And how could I not be crazy, right? I'm telling you, do not deny Satan. And what is you don't see things that get pulled and twisted, and I was obviously having something going down, and I was trying to just get to her, but I knew something was leading me to do everything I did, and I just did it because I just knew. I don't know why, I just knew something was right. And then I look back at every time I said a word or something about it, I'm like, oh my God, I was talking to myself too now. My first video I posted in this old now, they're gonna make you look as crazy as your mom. I don't even know what I'm talking about. But I literally was answering what they're gonna do to you. And they have done to you. I was trying to save you before the court date. I've been answering you when I felt the Spirit. He came back in. I knew I was answering all of the random things I've said to you. You might look back now. She might look back now, and it's gonna be wild to her. How in the hell would I even put this together? But she knows what I'm talking about. I haven't made sense a lot of times, but sometimes I did. I had to have made sense because I'm knowing I said a conversation in it by the words I said at different sentences I said at different periods. I don't know how to explain it other than I just know Jesus, and I know I'm broken, and I know I'm damaged. I know I'm healing in a way that only a supernatural love would ever give me. And I know she's broken. I know she's thinking she's needing anything other than to be my dirty little slut, and I promise her I'll make her feel real good, satisfied, loved, and it is mine anyway. So it don't matter. It's my pussy.